Jeez, welcome to the JQ Racing Rant, where JQ always makes noise when I'm trying to do my introduction. This is... See what I mean? This guy's an idiot. You're an idiot. Okay. Yes. Welcome to the JQ Racing Rant. This is the part of the podcast that is R-rated. You just opened that... You just opened that, like, as soon as I said that, and I instantly got thirsty as well, by the way.
That's fine. Just continue.
Yeah.
Nitro is the glory. Welcome to the No Name RC podcast with your host tonight, Keenan White, aka Lefty the Great, and if you are unlucky, the Finnish village idiot, JQ. This is the RC podcast with no name, but plenty of content. So sit back, relax, and get ready for some serious bench racing.
Yes, indeed. Nitro's the glory, but E-Buggy pays the bills. What's up, everybody? Welcome to episode number 41 of the No Name RC podcast. I'm your host, Keenan White, a.k.a. Lefty the Great, and I do apologize for singing just now, or attempting to sing. I don't know why. Maybe because our guest this week actually sings a few bars, and maybe because I'm jacked up on coffee this morning, and I don't know. I'm excited. It's good times in RC. We got the Worlds coming up, and other great races coming up. We got I'm just super. I don't know. It's a good day. It's a good day to be in RC, I guess. So our guest this episode is Billy Tylaska of Nemo Racing USA. It was a really great chat with Billy. We share a lot of the same thoughts on RC and how things are right now and how we'd like to see things. I really enjoyed chatting with Billy, and I do appreciate him coming on the podcast. I look forward to seeing him at RCGP next month with Lutz, and I believe John Hazelwood's coming over as well, so I'll get to meet him. He's a legend as well. I'm trying to get him on the podcast, so it should be great. So thank you, Billy, for coming on. I hope you guys enjoy that chat with Billy. It went on kind of long because we guys, we kind of vibed and we just kind of got chatting. So, sometimes it happens like that. So good stuff. The No Name RC podcast listeners from around the world, or hashtag NNRC Squad. Thank you guys, man. Thank you for all the support, for the love that you guys show, sharing our podcast, liking, downloading, and listening. Keep it going, man. Share our podcast. Spread the word. We do this podcast. Well, we do this podcast, because we want to bring content. We want to talk about RC around the world. We want to expose. We want to make our industry, our hobby/sport cool. Not saying it's not cool. We just want to make it cooler. And we want to get expose as much as we can, and hopefully people learn a little bit from this as well, because RC is it's universal, like it's a worldwide thing, and I think it's awesome, and the community that I meet, I think it's awesome as well. So thank you to the NNRC Squad for all your support. Don't ever hesitate to send me messages, guys. If I don't answer right away, it's because a lot of my work period throughout the day is on Facebook Messenger. So just hit me up, man. Hit me up, and if I don't answer, hit me up again, because I like to meet new people. So thank you to all those that send messages to us, to me, to the podcast page. And yeah, keep on liking, keep on sharing. We're almost at 2,000 likes. Wow, that's pretty impressive. Almost at 2,000 likes. Also, we can't do this podcast without sponsors. So I have to thank our sponsors, because without them, we couldn't do this. We're getting some new equipment here soon. We've got some exciting new add-ons to put in the podcast, which I think people will like. Hopefully, we'll be doing them after I come back from RCGP, but it's going to be good, and I think people will like them. I want to say shout out to RCMX Online. They're one of our title sponsors. They actually have a page on their website dedicated to the podcast, or a segment of their website. We're actually going to have a web page for the podcast soon. So check out rcmxonline.com. They are one of the fastest growing 8-scale, 10-scale off-road news websites in RC. They have some cool blogs. They need to get some more blogs on there, though. Joseph probably needs to write a blog. We need to get Lutz, and we need to get these drivers writing some more blogs. Blogs are awesome. So hopefully that happens. EuroRC, one of the biggest online and physical hobby shops in Europe. Just RC, no bullshit. Our main title sponsor. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you for your support. Remember, guys, if you go to www.eurorc, type in NNRC, you do get save some money on your orders. So check them out. They have everything that you need, from trawlers, planes, you name it. They got it. So thank you to them. Assault RC / Beach RC. Brent Densford. You know, Brent has been a big supporter of this podcast from day one. You know, the Assault RC segment is his personal company that deals with a lot of different bits and bobs for 10 scale use, especially, you know, charge leads, body clips, lubricants, tire paddles, you know, Assault tool holders, not camber gauges, rebound gauges, scales, you name it. He's pushing a lot of stuff. Check out assaultrc.com, and remember, if you use the promo code, let me find it, I should remember it, Lefty19. How could I forget Lefty19? You will get 10% off your order. So check out Assault RC, check out Beach RC as well. They got a lot of cool stuff, and they are personable and fast, and they will get your stuff out as fast as possible. And I'm a bit worried about them right now because Hurricane Dorian is heading towards Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. So positive vibes sent out to those guys down there in Myrtle Beach, and I hope everything works out for them. Well, all the racers in the Carolinas, Georgia area. I hope the hurricane still just stays out to sea in skirts, so it's no real serious damage. Tekno RC, the sponsor of the Tekno RC Grassroots Racer Spotlight. Tekno RC is a premium manufacturer specializing in competitive, dependable, and affordable 8th and 10th scale buggies and trucks for racers and RC enthusiasts. Visit www.teknorc.com for a complete catalog of their vehicles, parts, hop-ups, and accessories. I know I said too many W's. I'm sorry. The JQ Racing Rant is brought to you by JQ Racing. If you're in America, go to JQ Racing USA. If you're not in America, you can go to jqracing.eu. I probably have that wrong. If you have any questions about JQ products, you can contact me, myself, Joseph, Max, any of our reps or any of our team guys, and you know, ask us any questions that you want if you're interested. BK servers. Now, these servers are used by great drivers like Max the Panda Floor and his 10 scale off-road buggies, as well as his oval cars and his 8 scale cars. They've stressed performance over, not performance over value. They stress performance for value. You want to check out the DS-7002 HV and a DS-S-HT series of servos for your surface needs. Go to www.bkhobbies.com, use the promo code TheNoName, and you will get 15% off your purchases. So you will save some money. So they're pretty reasonably priced servers as it is, and 15% off is really good. Thank you to 454 RC Works, my buddy Clint out of, I think he lives in Dallas, Texas. He lives in that area, Dallas, Fort Worth. I guess that's what they call that area. Clint of 454 RC Works is pushing out all types of carbon fiber and 3D swag. He's a small company. Let's support him. Let's help him. He's a great guy, and he's putting his heart and soul into this. Check him out on Facebook and Instagram. And if you go to the website and use the promo code, capitals, all caps, NNPC 2019, you will get 15% off your order. So go to 454 RC Works and check them out. And show him some love. Thank you, Clint. I appreciate your support. Bipolar Designs, Jason Darlin out of El Paso. They're with the SCRC crew. Joey Showers and all those guys with their great track. Check out Bipolar Designs. They got you covered for all your decal needs. I don't have a website for him, but you can check him out on Facebook or Instagram, or hit him up on his personal Facebook page, Messenger, and let him know that you heard about this from the No Name RC podcast, and he will get you hooked up. They can customize all your decal needs that you want. If you want your wrap to match your body paint scheme, they can do it. So check them out. And our new sponsor, and I'm going to do a Dirt Oval podcast very soon. It's a genre of RC that really intrigues me. Papa Willie's Traction Tonic has you covered for all your RC tire traction needs, whether you race on carpet, concrete or dirt, loose dirt, dry, slick, or high grip surfaces. Papa Willie's Traction Tonic cures poor traction. Now, I was on their website, which is www.papawillies.net. They have Traction Tonic for drag racing, off-road cars, oval cars, you name it. And drag racing's really growing. They had a big drag race last week in Texas, and I was looking at some pictures from it, and it's really awesome. So go to www.papawillies.net, use promo code NNRC in all caps, and you'll get 10% off your order. Prepare for victory with Papa Willie's Traction Tonic. Thank you to all of our sponsors, and please, guys, showing our sponsors love shows the podcast love, and we greatly appreciate everything that you do, and we can't do it without them. So thank you for supporting our podcast and supporting our sponsors. Before I call up Joseph, there's a few things I wanted to go over here first. I saw another fellow RC driver had a bad accident, Daniel Grobe. I believe I bought a Associated T5M from him a few years ago. Man, it was mint, like almost brand new. Great. I've never met him personally, but he had an accident. He's from Texas. I believe he's down there in Thornhill. Send out some positive vibes to him so he can recover better, recover faster. Indie RC did something really great this week too. I guess a kid or was there. I don't know if he's a kid or a young adult. He used to ride his BMX bike to Indy and all over that area to get around. And I guess he races at Indy. So someone stole his bike, man. And that's shitty. So someone stole his bike, and the racers at Indy, because Indy is a really, it's when I think of a hobby shop / club, they have a really big club scene there. They do a lot of racing throughout the week and the weekends there, and they get lots of people coming there to race. So it's a very, very big family. It's similar, I like how Flowwood is in Mississippi. Indy's a little bit bigger. They got together, and within that day, they bought this guy a pedal bike. It's on YouTube. Shout out to Peter Husser and the people of Indy RC, the racers of Indy RC who done that. I thought it was cool, and it shows that we can come together as a community and help people out. Now, also something I saw was Cheehaw Stephen Danford. He's a podcast supporter, and he runs the Cheehaw Raceway, RC Raceway in Albany, Georgia. Well, they're trying to do an RC camp and get young kids into RC. So they're trying to raise $2,500 to buy. I'm not exactly sure. I've asked for him to send me more of I did post it a few weeks ago, but it expired. They're gonna buy the RCX 2-wheel drive or an RTR type of vehicle that's still raceable, and to get these kids racing. So they were looking for donations because I think they have to buy like 25 of them, and they cost like $110. So I think it's a good thing. Any person or any club that's trying to get young people into RC, I am all about it. So if you would like to support this, he's going to do another Facebook push for it. But if not, you want to support him, you can send them something. Anything helps, to their PayPal, which is SLD4537 at bellsouth.net, and put in the comments RC Camp. So they did have it on their Facebook page, and it's gone down. I don't know what happened, but I'm sure they will have it back up. And I think it's a great cause. So let's try and support it, man. Even if it's $5, $10, it helps out getting these young kids into racing, because we need more young children into racing. Nothing much. I'm going to call up Joseph. We did have some races this weekend, Surf City and whatnot, that I want to discuss with him. So let me call up Joseph first. Yeah, can you take longer to pick up next time, please?
If you insist.
Yeah. What's up? How are you?
I'm okay.
What you up to?
Working here.
Yeah. What you up to? What are you doing?
Designing.
That's what you say every time I call you. I'm designing.
Yeah, I am actually.
I'm designing. So, hey, we have a lot of questions to go through today, and I wanted to touch on a few things before we do that.
Okay.
I'm surprised you have no smart comments to say today. Wow. Not yet, anyway.
Not yet.
All right. So, a couple races we had this weekend that I wanted to touch on. We had the e-buggy Euros in Barcelona, which was really good. I thought the track was badass. Really big, really nice. Ongaro won, Ranafalk second, and Canas third. No big surprises there. I think they had 80-something entries there. I think the track was great. I did watch Info RC covered it. It was in Spanish. Luckily, I speak Spanish, so I can understand what they were saying. Did you watch any of it?
I tried watching one main, but the cameraman was pissing me off, so I stopped watching.
Like, Ongaro still needs to get that 8-scale Euros, man. That Nitro Euros.
He has everything else now.
Yeah. Pretty much. At a young age, too. That's the thing about it. He's probably just going 19 now. So, that's incredible. Incredible. I look forward to seeing him race next month. And see if anybody can beat him.
He has a perfect season going right now. So,
well, perfect.
Let's see if he can do perfect season
in RCGP, not in 8-scale.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah. So, stop your noise. Australian Nats. The Australian guys kind of got on me. Lutz went down there to race with him. He finished third. I think he ran out of fuel and maybe broke. But McBride won. And this young kid, Alex Bernadezek. Have you heard of him? I hear he's pretty fast.
Yeah, he was at the Worlds.
Yeah.
But, where was Lutz when he had issues? Was he going to win or what?
I'm not sure. I haven't heard anything. So, the Australian guys are like, oh, you kind of said we don't have the talent down here in Australia. And it's not that. I just want to see more of the talent from Australia getting out and coming. Let's be realistic. To get recognized, you have to come to America or Europe. Preferably America. You have to start hitting up these big races like DNC, Silver State, and eventually RCGP to get noticed, I would say. So, but I believe this kid's in school, and I think once he finishes school, he will race some more. Apparently, he almost beat Cavallari in 10 scale too when he came down there.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
On that note, what's going on with Cavallari?
Well, let's get onto that.
Not so stellar races in a row now.
Yeah, well, Surf City. You know what? And Surf City has overall results. Woo!
Nice. Maybe they listened.
Yeah, it does. I'm sorry, man. I just think OCRC is probably the best indoor track. And I just found it more exciting. I watched some of it. I didn't watch all of it, but it was definitely exciting to watch. And Cavallari in Mod Buggy finished 11th, which is shocking for him. Spencer Rifkin won. Spencer?
Didn't he only qualify 5th also?
I don't have qualified.
That's his home track.
Yeah, that's the thing. OCRC is how far away from him? 10 minutes? 15 minutes?
Yeah, 10, 15 minutes.
He spends a lot of time there. Even Mayfield. Mayfield was in 7th. Dustin Evans, another 10 scale specialist.
He crashed.
Dustin Evans, a 10 scale specialist, in 9th.
Mayfield crashed from the lead, though.
Okay.
So that's a bit different.
CJ Gell in 2nd. That's a good result for him. Brock Champlin, he's another one that's on fire and coming. But Spencer Rifkin's just riding a wave right now, man. Really, he is. He won 4-wheel drive as well. Cavallari finished 3rd in that. And Mayfield finished 12th. Wow. I'm shocked.
Yeah, it's interesting. Are we seeing the change of the guard happening in 10 scale first, and then it will happen in 8 scale too? Or what? Because if you think about it, we have these new names popping up now. Rock Champlin now. What's his face was CJ Jellin was second.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we have these younger kids who are making podiums now. And Rivkin is younger than these other guys. Rivkin is kind of becoming the new Cavalieri in a way.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if we're seeing the start of this, or if it's just the sort of bump in the road, because Cavalieri and Mayfield both had their first child.
I mean,
earlier. But when did that happen? I can't remember if it was earlier this year or
last year. I think.
Yeah, no, was it last year or this year?
Yeah, I think late last year. I don't know.
So,
is it? I mean, Spencer's won the nationals. He didn't he win? Did he win the 10 scale nationals? I believe he won. I know I need to go find 10 scale national results, but I forget things so fast. So,
the nationals were just now, right?
Yeah, 2 weeks ago.
That's the race that I also tried watching, but it was too boring.
Yeah,
he won 2-wheel drive, didn't he? And
yeah.
Mayfield won 4-wheel drive.
Yeah. So he's a 8 scale national champion, 2-wheel drive national champion. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, he's come out. He's definitely stopped being a fanboy and becoming a champion, or has become a champion.
Yeah, but I mean, I have to say, Mayfield is pretty amazing, though. He won DNC, won the nationals in 4-wheel drive. He got in the lead in this Surf City race also, and then crashed. That's why he was so far down. So I don't know. Maybe I'm kind of over analyzing. Cavalieri is the one that kind of struggling a bit more. Then Cavalieri doesn't have the same sort of results that he has had in past years. Mayfield is still there, I think.
Yeah.
So let's just kind of correct that.
Yeah, we kind of talk about it on the rant as well, because, you know, we kind of recorded that before we're talking here. And yeah, it, I don't know what's going on with Cav. Like, he's still, for me, one of the greatest of all times. Maybe he's just in a slump. I don't know. Maybe he has other things going on in life, and that's affecting it. I don't know. But it is his home track. He knows OCRC. That's where he goes to practice and all the time. And he should be, you know, dominating. But anything could happen. I mean, he did come third in 4-wheel drive. So, but I guess it's a shock for us to see him finish out of the top 10, you know? When he's always kind of there. He's either winning or he's there. Top 3, top 5, you know? So,
yeah.
Yeah, strange stuff. Good stuff. Well, we have the Worlds coming up in 9 days. I don't know. I'm really excited for this. One, I'm excited because. Go ahead.
Now that you mention it, yeah, that's cool. But I haven't actually been at all excited. I haven't even really thought about it.
Well, I'm kind of excited about it because it's one. It's kind of really surrounded in a lot of drama. Number one. A lot of people are, you know, complaining about it, going there and whatnot. And I think I don't know what they're going to, what if like X-Ray just says, all right, like throws a wrench in the wheel and the spokes or gears or whatever, and just like put some sort of traction compound on, and it's like high grip and high, you know, and smooth as ice when they get there. Like, why do they do that? Like, to throw everybody off or anything like that. But I don't hope they do that. I hope they stick with it being loose. And it's almost going to be like, I would say, old school off-road, but indoors.
Yeah, I hope they build a good layout that gives us some good racing at least.
I think there's going to be some good racing. Do you think, give me your top, can you give me a top 3 in 2-wheel drive right now, or you want to wait till next week?
I mean, it's impossible to say, really.
Do you think
I can give you drivers who will be doing well and will be in the hunt, but I can't at this point. It's just too much of a guess to say who would be on the podium.
Do you think we'll see one of the 8-scale Euro guys on the podium? Ongaro, Ronefalk, Breton.
Yeah.
One of these guys.
Yeah.
So.
I think Ongaro and Ronefalk will be in the hunt.
Okay.
And then add to that group Orlovsky, Joona Haatanen, because he's really good on these slippery tracks. Then my question marks are kind of Lee Martin and Neil Craig, because they've been kind of up and down now. So, but it's the Worlds, you know. I would still expect them to be up there. And then from the Americans, we have Rivkin and Mayfield. I think for sure. Cavalieri, he's been struggling so much that I'm not as confident putting him in there, but it's a Worlds, you know, and he steps up his game. So
Tessman,
in there too.
I'm gonna throw Tessman in there.
I expect
Fend
to be in there. Fend, I don't know. Also, that's a big question mark. I honestly, personally, I don't expect him to be up there this time. He's been really good on 10 scale, but this is so different. When has he raced on a loose track like this? How did he do? I don't know. I haven't checked. But yeah, all the X-ray guys. So Coelho, Kobbevik, and
it's going to be exciting. There's a lot of racing going on. Coelho as well. Coelho.
Yeah, it's. I think it's actually going to be a good race. There's enough drivers that I think will be in contention. I don't think X-Ray will just run away with it. I don't think so.
Okay. Well, we will be paying attention. I'll be paying attention. Next week, I guess it starts. No, 9 days. So, they do what? 3-4 days, 2-wheel drive, and then do 4-wheel drive? Do they switch the track up any at all between 2-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive?
I don't know if they do.
Okay.
I don't know. In the past, sometimes they did, but
yeah,
I don't know what they're doing now.
All right, well,
I think they might not change anything.
Okay. Other big news: Lutz to RCGP for the Beach RC team, which is good. Our guest this week is Billy Tylaska. We talk about it. He's excited. Lutz is excited, I believe, and I think America's excited about it. You know, Lutz did really well in that poll, 820 votes. The people spoke, and he's going to be racing RCGP in October. So that's good stuff. And
yeah, maybe he can stop Ongaro. Maybe he can ruin Ongaro's perfect season.
Yeah, maybe.
Lutz has been really good this year, actually.
Yes.
So it's going to be fun.
He has beaten Ongaro as well. So
yeah, he did.
It should be good. We're still waiting to see who the second driver will be for RCGP. But Brent's kind of dealing with a hurricane right now. So, it's on his way. So he's been busy. So I guess we'll know her sooner than later. And yeah, good stuff, man. 36 spots left. So if you want to sign up, it's open for everybody. RC2, it's filling up. It's only, if you signed up and you're still on the fence, you might want to pay your entry fee. If you would think you didn't get in, you should try again now. So it's going to be good.
There's actually a number of drivers who have said that they are going, but they haven't paid. So they should probably pay.
Yeah. Because
there's a number of names there that I'm like, oh yeah, this guy's going. And then I check and they haven't paid. So yeah, they need to.
Yeah, because 36 can fill up really fast. So good stuff. What else do we have to talk about? Do you have anything you want to talk about before we go on to questions?
Nope.
You had a really good Facebook Live yesterday as well. So that was good. About combining the Euro A and Euro Bs. It was good. You definitely come up with some good ideas now and then.
Usually, yeah.
Yeah.
I think the only time people don't think my ideas are good when they don't understand them.
Yeah. Or I'm not going to say anything. Not going to say anything.
Good choice.
Or it's not their idea. All right.
I'm broke now, by the way, because I had to pay you, so I'm broke again.
Okay. Well, you know what? I'm still.
It's like it's good that you kind of found your thing, but your Joe Rogan lifestyle, it's just too expensive right now. You need to get some better advertisers for the show. So
my Joe Rogan lifestyle. If I was living a Joe Rogan lifestyle, I'd be in shape, I'd be hunting, and I would definitely probably buy JQ Racing. If I lived a Joe Rogan lifestyle, RCGP would take over everything.
Okay, let's think about this. If you lived a Joe Rogan lifestyle, you would buy JQ. Would you fire me?
I definitely put you under like lock and key. I would like sit in that room and design. Don't come out until it's done.
Would you remove all my social media privileges?
No, I'd control your social media. I'd hire you a social media expert.
So I'd have a censor of sorts.
Yeah, you would be censored.
I could do my Facebook lives, but I would have to be censored.
Yeah. I like have a post. You know what I do? Like they try to train dogs with the electric shock collars. I put that something like that on you where nobody can see it. And as soon as you start talking about politics or whatever, I'll be like, zzz, and you'll be like, ugh, I can't talk about that. Like, you know, that's what I do to you. So like you'd eventually,
I wonder if that would work.
You'd eventually figure out, okay, yeah, I shouldn't talk about that. You just like be like a mess. I don't know. If I had Joe Rogan's money, I'd definitely buy JQ Racing, put you in a room and say, design until you made the best car. Let's build it and let's go. And a truggy at the same time. I'd just make you design everything. 2-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive, truggy, and a GT car. There we go. And an e-truggy. I'd make you design everything. And a trail truck.
E-truggy.
Yeah.
Jesus
and
Christ.
A trail truck as well. So
That's really
you wouldn't be able
rough.
you wouldn't be able to leave that room until you designed all of them. So
wow,
there you go. And you wouldn't have time for social media if I had money. But yeah, thank you for paying me. And people, yeah, I'm just rolling in money right now. Literally not. I'm not. Trust me. But nobody would work for the amount of money you pay me to put up with your shit. That's for sure.
I don't know.
You're very like, what's up with you? I don't like this. You must have not went to sleep last night. Come on, lively up.
I've been doing some insane days here.
I know, because you hit me up at like 10 o'clock last night, and that was what, like 4 a.m?
Yeah, I've been going to bed like between 4 and 5 and getting up at 9.
Yeah, something's not right. You definitely have some issues. Definitely have issues. All right, let's get on to the questions. All right, go ahead.
Okay.
What was you going to say?
No, I was just going to say I've just been busy.
Yeah.
A lot going on here.
Yeah, well, we got some big stuff happening here at the end of the month. So, next month. So, it's going to be awesome. Okay, so let's get into some of the questions that people sent us. Rob Sturchill goes, you've been somewhat quiet lately. Why, JQ? And I said to him, you haven't been paying attention. He's been louder than ever. But you have been designing. You have been kind of quiet.
You mean online or something?
Yeah, but I don't think so, because you've been triggering people last week. So I don't think so.
Yeah, last week was pretty good. I managed to trigger a lot of people. A lot of comments. I even triggered you.
Yeah. Well, I did a little experiment too, and I got more comments than you.
But I think actually all the RCGP posts on my own Facebook and RCGP's Facebook, the good thing was that the majority of the comments were positive. So RCGP must be doing something right.
I guess so. I'm not even going to get into that with you because we already got into that. If you guys want to hear my opinion on that, just listen to the rant at the end of the show. Okay, Sammy Ross says, your opinion on whipping and scrubbing in racing. Does it give you a major advantage over someone who doesn't?
Depends on the track a lot, but the point is you can't really scrub with an RC car. You can brake on the face of a jump to slow it down. The reason for turning the car is really to set it up for the next section. So if there's a jump right before a corner, you can turn the car so it's already sort of heading in the direction the corner's going. And doing that, you can save time. So you can be faster that way. And yeah, also when you do that, if you really downside the jumps, you can, the downsiding jumps, it acts as a slingshot. You have a lot more speed than after the jump when you accelerate away. So yeah, so the more car control you have, the better you can place it so you land exactly where you want. You turn the car a bit so you land a bit sideways, so you're already heading in the direction you go. You can shave some time off your lap. That's what the best drivers in the world are doing. So then the not so good drivers is sort of, they might be whipping their car or turning their wheels for no reason, really. Like they are doing it, but they haven't thought through why they are doing it and what that
because it looks
point
cool.
is. Yeah, it looks cool, but they aren't actually doing it in a way that makes them faster. So if you watch Ongaro when he does it, he's doing it to make him faster. You know, at the Worlds, he was kind of flicking the car in the air, but he was doing it because he would land already heading into that next section, next corner. So he didn't have to land and turn. He already turned, and then he landed sideways and kept on going. So that's the difference between the great drivers and the good ones. And also, what was I going to say? There was something else about that. About whipping the car. I had some great point and I forgot it now.
Okay, maybe you remember it later. Will Smith wants to know why you aren't running Ultimate engines.
Because I'm sponsored by OS directly from Japan. So
hey, you know what? I forgot to tell you, we have a track now here in the DR, so I need to get a car and an engine. Just putting that.
Oh yeah,
out
I
there.
saw on Facebook.
They're supposed to have a race next week. I'm gonna go down there if I can, because gas is freaking expensive here. People complain about gas in America. Gas here is $5 a gallon. Wow, $4.50 a gallon. We'll see. I'm probably gonna go down. And you know what? There's a track in Haiti as well now.
Really?
Yeah, I saw a video of it yesterday. So guys are talking about going over to Haiti and
How
racing.
far would the drive be from your house?
Not far. I don't know where it is. If it's in Port-au-Prince or wherever, I don't know, because I'd have to find out what part of Haiti is in. So it's definitely like the rich Haitians that have it. So, yeah, I don't know. I'll get more information. I've never been to Haiti. I don't know if I want to go. So we'll see.
Yeah, neither have I. That would be a new country.
Yeah. Andrew
Episode of Conan when he went there. That was pretty funny.
Yeah. Andrew Stimpson. Seems how JQ runs AE 10 scale. Is there a chance we'll ever see some JQ setup videos for these cars? Seeing as he's the only one who takes the time to really explain this stuff, it sure would be nice.
That's actually a good idea. Maybe I should do it.
Yeah.
I'm going to America again at an OCRC. So maybe draw up the cars and have some ideas. Yeah, I could do a Facebook Live on that.
Richard Moore wants to go, what's the deal with the tiny rear shaft on the e-buggy?
It's just because of the chassis layout. I mean, with the center diff in the back, the motor that way, we wanted to have the battery, like a full-length battery at the front. So, yeah, you just end up with a short rear dog bone. No big deal.
Omar Gonzalez. Why does JQ choose to run Associated for 10 scale instead of other manufacturers? And he also agrees with Joseph Craig Rain that 100 people isn't going to change anything.
Thank you for that. Immediately, I like this guy.
Of course you do, because he agrees with you.
Yeah, and I like the Associated cars. And since Associated is close to OCRC, every time I go there, I kind of know all the guys from Associated. Maybe online or publicly, they might give out the vibe that we aren't friends or we don't get along, but in reality we do. So, yeah, it was just an easy choice to pick Associated and see if they would want to work together. And, yeah, that's why. They have the 10 scale cars they've been really good. Yeah. So it's easy. I don't race much 10 scale, so I just want to pick up the car and have a great car to go racing with, and they have that.
Good stuff. You've been with him for a while now. You even redesigned some shock towers for him at one point.
Yeah, man. Yeah, when was that actually? 3 years now? Maybe?
I don't. Nah, it was while I was.
Because I did the PR racing thing for a bit, and then after that, we made a deal with Associated.
All right. Paul Poland goes, why didn't you squeeze his neck harder? Because in this picture, I was choking, one of our famous, me, like, doing the incredible choking picture. I should have squeezed harder. That's for sure. Tim Hansen, my last 8-scale purchase was a Tekno EB4 8.2 when it first came out. Since then, there have been some big innovations to modern 8-scale buggies. So I'm in the market for a new buggy. I'm thinking about giving the JQ e-buggy a try, but I'm wondering if Joseph can shed some light on how the JQ car is more improved than the EB4 8.2, and if he could persuade me to get his car instead of something like the MBX8 Eco or EB4 8.4.
So let me get this straight. He wants me to persuade him to buy a JQ e-buggy over a Tekno e-buggy. Did I understand that?
Or Mugen e-buggy or any. Yeah. Why should he buy your e-buggy?
Because I don't really like e-buggy very much, and it pisses me off when people say that the e-buggy is better than the Nitro. So that's the opinion of many people. The e-buggy performs better than the Nitro. And now we improved the e-buggy even more. And I've only raced the Black Edition e-buggy one time at DNC, and it was awesome. And then I haven't raced it since then. So my point is kind of that I didn't really want the e-buggy to be very good. And I didn't really want to have an e-buggy, but it's better than the Nitro, and it really frustrates me. And that's why he should get it. So all the effort goes into the Nitro, and it is good, but the e-buggy is great. Let's put it that way.
That's not really convincing, but anyway. All right.
But it's the truth. So
yeah,
there you have it. That's why he should get it.
Okay.
And then he can have you as a team manager, and he can message you and ask you all kinds of questions. And
I would say the support as well. He can message and get support from everybody, everybody that runs the car, and he joins a family. Which RC company do you...
Dysfunctional, but still.
Yeah, bad news bears of RC. That's what we are. A motley crew of misfits, but we're also... I like all our guys that we hang out with. Which RC company do you think has the best marketing strategy and why?
Excluding JQ Racing?
Yeah, whatever.
Okay, let's exclude JQ Racing because we obviously have the best. We have, with a unicorn budget, we can fucking compete with these guys who have money, so that's obviously the best. But other than JQ Racing, let's see. Let's think about this. The best marketing strategy, right? That was the point. I would have to say X-Ray.
Mm-hmm. They thought out of the box.
I think X-Ray. Because X-Ray, if I have to imagine myself as just a customer. Like I'm just a regular guy getting into RC. I want to race RC for fun. I pay for my stuff. I buy my stuff. X-Ray would be the brand that I would be most attracted to. That they just, everything they do, except their website. That's kind of funny. Like their website isn't very good. They need a new website. But their branding, their release material, all that stuff, like it's very convincing. It's good. It looks nice, and their products all look good. I think, except some of the latest body shells. But yeah, I think X-Ray. I like that.
Like how they did all the guys in the suits and all that stuff at one point.
No, that they kind of over that already.
That was out of the box.
That's not really my style, but yeah, it's good actually. Like they were doing their whole luxury thing. Mm-hmm. I can respect that. So yeah, I would say X-Ray. I think where X-Ray struggle a bit is the sort of the availability and the price of their products. That's one issue. Mm-hmm. Like it's too expensive. It's not easy to find. Like that's one issue why it's not as popular everywhere. But yeah, I would say X-Ray. I like what they're about.
Okay. Edward McAlpine says, "Are you developing a truggy?" I think we've covered that many times over.
Yeah, not me, but Max is.
Yeah. Next up is Brad Maynard. What is the one regret you have on your car? Like, I should have done this, or this was a stupid. I should have done this, or this was a stupid way of doing it.
I wouldn't say a regret. I would rather say that what would I do differently knowing what I know now? You know, I made, in my opinion, all the right choices based on what I knew at the time. So I don't really regret any of that. But what would I do differently? I would have not made the car narrow. I would have made the car the width it is now, not go super narrow. And I would have made it more adjustable for future. So I would have made the gearboxes narrower so I can have a narrow pivot, a really narrow pivot if I want to. And I would have taken into account possible future changes. So make everything in a way where if I learn something new and realize, oh, I need to move this over here, then I can do that. So I would try to think ahead more.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
All right. Shawn Rusin, JQ, what do you have against Tekno cars? And he says, this picture cracks me up. He said, Keenan, what would happen? What if 100 people started driving the new Tekno 2.0? Shawn's a good guy. He's a
what picture?
The one that I have, like that I posted this with me choking you, that you never shared to get questions. So.
Oh. What do I have against Tekno?
Tekno cars.
Tekno car. I don't have anything against Tekno cars. They just, the 8 scale they have just hasn't been very good, and I've said that. Like, I'll tell the truth. If they release a new car and it's the best car on the market, I'll say it. But if their car is twitchy and hard to drive, then I'll also say that. I mean, people have a problem with the truth, okay? And that's just how the world works. And I live in this world, but I don't give a shit. I say what I think.
Yeah, well, we all know.
So I don't really have a problem with Tekno cars or with Tekno.
Well,
I just tell my opinion of it, and they don't like my opinion of it. So then that sort of becomes the problem.
No, it goes deeper than that too.
When they have the best 8 scale on the market, I'll say that I like the Serpent. I think the Serpent is a really underrated car. It's a really great car. Okay, yeah, I don't have a problem admitting that, you know? Or like when I did the Facebook Live with the different cars, and I was saying how good that MP9 was, and I was saying the X-Ray was good, and I was saying the Associated is really fast, but harder to drive. Like, I give my true, honest opinions on everything, you know? So when that opinion is negative, the people who are affected by that opinion don't like me. You know, so that's the problem. That's the issue. I don't have an issue.
But your issue with Tekno goes a little deeper than that too. So let's not try to beat around that bush.
Yes.
You need to get over that too. You need to get over that.
But he asked about the cars. That's different. He didn't ask about the company Tekno or the people. The company and the people, my problem with that was that my former sales guy, Ilias, from Greece, he was hired by Tekno, and he proceeded to try and undercut and steal all my team drivers and dealers. And I said, hey, this isn't cool. Like, yeah, of course you can do that. It's business, but it's not really the right thing to do, you know? And I addressed it, and that's fine. Like, it's in the past. I'm still here, right? So yeah, there's that. But he didn't ask about that. He asked about the cars. And I'm someone I'm able to separate the cars from the company or the person, you know. I don't say that the car sucks because I don't like Tekno, you know. If I say the car sucks, I say it because I think the car sucks. Now, I don't even say that their car sucks. I just have said in the past, it's not that great. You know, it's hard to drive. It's loose in the rear. It's twitchy. You know, like I've said those sort of things, and it pisses them off. You know, so that's it.
All right. Moving on, because you're getting...
Should I lie?
No, you're getting emotional, so I'm moving on. Tom Shields wants to know, how did Keenan K. White and JQ become friends and also business associates? Well, I'm not friends with you. So, yeah, of course I'm your friend.
No, we're lovers.
No, definitely not that. Definitely not that. Shut up, Joseph. I'll slap you, dude. I met Joseph. He came down to the DR for a race here, the Dominican Republic, in 2017. We kind of hung out. We had drove all around, getting lost, drinking beer around Santo Domingo. Probably drove into some areas that we probably shouldn't have. And he offered me, I asked him for a job, and he says, yeah, I got a job for you, but I can't pay you. And I was like, well, that's not really a job. And then it kind of started from there. And that was 2.5 years ago. Many gray hairs later. Lots of janky hotels.
I said, you have to earn your salary. I said, if you can improve, if you improve our sales, then that's your salary.
Yeah.
Like I can't just, pay you and nothing changes. If you want to get paid, you have to earn the money. And that's what you did. You
even my first car.
JQ Racing to South America, basically.
And then turned and then got in America, and improved that. And you know what? What I tell people all the time is you made me pay for my first car that I still have to this day. Which has many people have used it and borrowed it and took parts off it and put it back together. And yeah, I agree with that. That's one thing I'll say. I'm glad you made me pay for that car. Henry Mort, 16 millimeter shocks versus 14 millimeter shocks equals better, and why?
Well, the reason for changing to the bigger shocks was that you can make the suspension softer. So you can make the suspension so it's more plush, handles, small bumps, corners, everything super nice, but yet you still have pack for bigger bumps or landings. So yeah, it's a no-brainer. Henry thinks the smaller shocks are better because once he figured out a piston that worked at our home track, but he doesn't understand. They need to work in all conditions, all tracks for all drivers. And the bigger shocks, they do that.
Okay. Chris Morant, he wants to know, I work crazy hard and seem to have peaked out and I'm not really getting better. I'm a top local guy and normally bottom of an A in a pro at most major big regional races like the race time events. Any ideas on how I could further improve my speed, or do I just not have it?
I think that most people who feel this way, they haven't really put in enough work. Most people who think that they've worked hard and they've, tried everything, they actually haven't. So, and I don't know if that's because they don't have the opportunity to, they have school, work, other commitments, and they just can't prioritize RC racing, or if they choose not to prioritize RC racing. But so yeah, there's no shortcut. I don't know anything about this guy, but
he does race a lot. He races a lot. He was at Southern Nets, and
yeah, it's not about racing though.
No, he practices a lot and puts time on. I personally think he does go to a lot of these race time events, Thornhill, all these type of races, and in his region, he's probably one of the better guys. But I will say this, and I say this to anybody, man, the fast guys are out west, man. And if you're not out west,
that doesn't matter. David
does.
Grew up in Sweden. No.
Well, he raced in Europe.
Grew up in Sweden.
But he raced around. But he raced against fast guys.
It doesn't. You don't have to live in California to be fast.
I'm not telling you have to live in California. I'm saying you have to get out to these races in California. Would you let me finish before you interrupt me?
You get to a certain skill level.
But
if this guy wants to improve, it's not about going to the races. If this guy wants to improve right now, he needs to practice more and test more and do it properly and do it in a way where he improves He doesn't need to go to more races. He needs to spend more time at the track with himself, with his car.
I
learning.
agree.
That's what he needs to do.
But doesn't he need to race faster competition?
No,
Okay.
not at this point. I think that's the wrong way. Just because you race Cavalieri, you're going to become Cavalieri. No, you need to build up your skills first. Then when you can hang with him for a lap, or something, then it makes sense to race him, and slowly you can like stay ahead of the fast guys, for a bit, or you can sort of follow the fast guys. Yeah, but at this point, he isn't good enough to do that. So it doesn't matter. There's enough good competition where he is. He doesn't need to go. He needs to do is he needs to make a decision. He needs to make a choice. What does he want? Does he really want to be better at RC? So what does he sacrifice so he can spend more time working on his cars, going to the track, practicing? So that's number one. Like, does he really want it or just kind of want it? That's number one. You need to make that choice. So let's say he makes a choice. He decides, I really want this. Okay. So then he really needs to put in more time, go to the track more. Can he go to the track a week at least? When he goes, can he spend, how many hours can he spend there? When he goes, can he do 5 minutes? Figure out his 5-minute pace. Run a 5-minute run within 3/10 of his best lap. Make changes to the car and learn what the changes do. Improve his 5-minute time by changing the car. Improve his 5-minute time by improving his driving, thinking about his lines, braking later for the corner, still carrying speed through the corners, jumping the jumps perfectly, whipping a car over a jump like we were talking about, turning it in the air so he's heading in the direction of the corner. Like all these things, like analyze every single little bit and improve on it. And he can improve. But most people just go to the track and do laps, order a pizza, talk shit, and eat a couple of slices of pizza with friends. That's not going to make you improve. You have to make a decision, focus, practice in the correct way, then you can improve. It doesn't take more money. It doesn't take going to California. It's just a decision and an attitude and a choice.
I agree with all those points, but I also believe, can I say something now? When we go, if that was the case, then there would be faster. Why hasn't there been any like super fast guys out of the East Coast? Now, this is why I'm just trying to say, he's not from the East Coast. He's like more Midwest. These race time event races and all that stuff, they're great, but they don't have the competition level. Not all the time. Like sometimes they get all the pro guys in and they race, but they don't have the competition level of the races like in California or out west. Let's be realistic. People go to DNC.
It's not that.
But can I finish? Can I finish? What it does is give, like, it's like this. Okay. It gives a person a false sense of speed. Oh, I made the A-main in pro class at this big race. It had 700 entries. Yes, but what was the competition level of that pro A-main? You get what I'm trying to say? So there's a difference. There's a difference between a pro level A-main on the East Coast and then there is on the West Coast. A big difference. So you may make that pro level, you may make that pro A-main at your regional in that region on that race. At that race, but you might be C-main at DNC. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So that's why it's easier to reach the top when you are on the West Coast because you can measure yourself against the others.
That's what I'm trying to state.
But you can't do it somewhere else. The reason it's easier is because the reason it's hard on the East Coast is because on the East Coast, you have to recognize it yourself. You have to realize that, yes, I'm winning here, but the competition isn't as strong. I need to be even faster. Mm-hmm. You see what I mean?
I agree with you.
And that's harder to do. But even if he was on the West Coast, the situation would most likely be the same. He is not at the level where Cole is at that level. Cole Ogden sort of plateaued and didn't really care and partied instead of raced, and that's that he's sort of in that situation. This guy, I don't think so. I think he would be in the same situation, asking the same question, even if he was in California.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I agree with you. Okay. I think we talk about it a lot too when we focus on all that we're good at and don't focus on what we're not good at. I forget what phrase you used to describe that. Doug Oakley.
Self-awareness.
Well, self-awareness, yes. I think it was like focusing on what you're good at and denying something. I can't remember. We came up with a phrase for it. It's been a while. Doug Oakley, why do manufacturers constantly come out with new cars instead of using the same chassis for at least 3 to 4 years? I think this is also hurting our sport. And also, why do they not give an approximate date on release so I don't buy the old version, then a week later I see a Neo buggy or Red RC, a new buggy has come out. That pisses people off.
I think most companies actually do go 3 to 5 years between versions, or 2 to 4 years. X-Ray release a car every year, I think. But most companies actually, it's a few years between releases. So
they might do upgrades.
Yeah, they might do upgrades, but yeah, I don't know. I don't see that as a huge
Go ahead.
problem, really, because most companies, there's a few years between their different versions. Only X-Ray release a car every year.
Okay. And release dates, because people also things get pushed back at the factory too. That's what people don't realize. Something may happen.
Yeah, I think the biggest reason companies don't say that, there's a new car in a month or 2 months or whatever, is because they need to sell the old ones. And if you announce a new car, then the sale of the old car stops. So that's why they don't do that.
Good stuff. All right. Well, we need to go on to... That was a lot of questions. We're getting more and more every week. We're going to have to just make a questions segment. I mean, we've been doing this for an hour now. Just over an hour. Anything to add before we go on to the Assault RC Invisible Speed segment?
No, just let's go on.
Okay.
You are now locked in to the Assault RC Invisible Speed segment. Check out AssaultRC.com for the latest products for all your performance RC needs. Featuring the best lubes and specialty tools on the market. Use promo code LEFTY19 at checkout for 10% off your entire order at AssaultRC.com.
So I have 2 Instagram questions for the Assault RC Invisible Speed segment, Joseph. One comes from Enrique Maloney. He's in Italy. He goes, what should I do if when I break into the corner, the rear steps out? He says, I've already tried changing my brake bias.
Okay, so it's under braking, or it's kind of hard to tell. It's either under braking when it's the brakes, or it's...
I think it sounds like
when he's sort of turning into the corner.
Yeah.
If he's already adjusted brake bias. So the brake bias isn't set to the rear. So the rear isn't locking up and the front is braking less. So it's kind of a handbrake effect. Then it's a problem of the car having oversteer into the corner, I think.
Okay.
And so the way to stop you losing the rear end when you're going into corners is you can go up on your rear diff oil. That will stop the rear end swinging round going into corners. So thicker rear diff oil, that could help. You could also reduce steering. So you could go to a thicker front sway bar or thicker front diff oil. Or you could, if you can, raise the upper link on the front shock tower. Or if you have a car that you can adjust the kingpin angle, the kingpin inclination. So this is where you have to be careful. So if you're losing the rear when you're already in the corner, it's because you have kingpin inclination. You should go to 0 knuckles, so no inclination. That's going to give you more grip in the corner. That's going to make it more initial steering, but you will have because the car won't oversteer. But if it's happening initially, like as before you are in the corner, like going into the corner already, you start losing the rear end. So maybe that steering is too aggressive. In that case, you can go to inclination. So you put knuckles on that have inclination, and that's going to smooth out the initial steering. So he really needs to analyze the problem, like when and what is he doing when he's losing the rear end. So I kind of need more information to really give better advice.
Okay. And the second question comes from Andreas in Costa Rica. He says, any tips for a better landing car, like setup wise? What changes do I have to do to make the car land better?
Landing better. So the biggest thing that affects landing, I think, is pistons and shock oil. So the amount of pack you have. So, yeah. Again, without knowing anything, it's hard to give exact advice, but I can give some general advice. So more down travel, more droop, the car will land better. Typically, harder shock oils, harder springs, the car will land better. It can go either way with the pistons, but mostly let's say if the chassis is slapping the ground, it's every time you land, the chassis hits the ground and makes the car unstable, then probably your pistons the holes are too big, or you have too many holes, so you need to change your piston. So ask around, find out, check setup sheets, check what pistons people are running and run those. So yeah, so more droop, check that the shock oil is thick enough, check that you're running the correct piston.
More droop would do what? More droop would help how?
More droop helps with landing. More droop helps with landing. I know it sounds crazy, but the wheel actually is in contact with the ground sooner, so the suspension has more time to absorb landing.
That makes sense. I never even thought of that, to be honest. Interesting. Learn something new every day. Is that all you have to add about the landing of the car?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you for your advice. Thank you guys for the questions. Thank you for tuning into the Assault RC Invisible Speed segment. This is the segment dedicated to all of your setup questions. Go to www.assaultrc.com. Use promo code LEFTY19 and save some money on your orders. All right, Joseph, we are going to talk later on, I guess. Thank you for your time, buddy.
Okay. No worries.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Do you know what an average RC person thinks about every 3 seconds? RC cars, of course. But who can blame us? We're excited about the good stuff, the cars that endure those long safaris, and the parts that make you that 0.1 seconds faster on the racetrack. Those moments to ourselves when we close the door to the outside world just to hear that high-pitched racing beast even louder. So this is for us, from racer to racer. Euro RC, just RC, no bullshit. Please go to www.eurorc.com. Use promo code NNRC to save you some money on your orders.
So my guest this week is joining me all the way from Texas. It's Nemo USA team manager, Ryan Lutz mechanic, and I guess now PR team manager, Billy Tylaska. What's up, Billy? How are you?
Good, man. How are you?
Well, it's hot in Texas and it's hot here in the
is.
DR. So
It is a little warm.
yes. So how you doing, man?
Good. Things are good. Just, we're making some big moves and like figuratively, literally, on paper, physically, like things have been kind of hectic, but we're turning a corner and hopefully we're going to be all ready to go for the end of this year, heading into next year. So yeah, things are good. Staying busy though, that's for sure.
Yeah, I see that. We're gonna touch on that a little bit later, in the conversation. But I wanted people to, tell a little bit of people about who you are and what you do and where you're from and all that type of stuff.
Well, I was born in Austin, Texas, and grew up in Hurst, Texas, which is about 200 miles north of there. Austin being where Thornhill is. So we're about 200 miles north of Thornhill. Lived here my whole life, never went anywhere else. Texas boy, born and bred, never left.
Yeah. So you're what, 44 years old now?
44 years old. Yeah, I'll be 45 next month.
Okay.
Wow. It really tough to say that,
Hey, man,
but yeah.
I just went 41, man. Don't worry.
Yeah.
So let's start with a little bit of your early beginnings in RC,
Sure.
because you kind of started recently, correct?
Yeah, relatively recently. I didn't start racing. I was 38 years old when I kind of started to really get into what we have now as RC. But I also had a very, very short stint when I was a kid, maybe 10 or 11.
Okay.
But I was just a destroyer. Like, I didn't know how to work on anything or fix anything, and I just rammed cars into curbs. But we had grasshoppers, and my brother had an RC10. And we had a tiny little track across the street, but it was a very, very short-lived thing. But It was always something, like growing up, it was always something that kind of was always in the back of my mind. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like driving by the track on my way home from work, like 15 years ago, 20 years ago, and seeing all that. It was always something that was kind of lingering. But yeah, didn't really start racing or getting into like what we know currently as RC until late 2012.
So how did that come about? Like, what made you get into RC again?
I used to, I've done so many different things. I was a Volkswagen guy, and I had a Volkswagen shop, and I built cars and had cars and magazines and did drag racing and all this kind of stuff. And because I opened the shop, I kind of got burnt out on that whole thing as a hobby type deal. So I sold my shop and I started building motorcycles. And I never really wanted to ride motorcycles, but I started building them.
What type of bikes?
What's that?
What type of motorcycles were you building?
Honestly, like the first bike I got was for free, and it was an old Honda CM 400.
Okay.
Just like something you would never expect to be anything. And like I turned it into this, like, I don't know, like, I hate to even use the word, but kind of this, what people would call like a bobber, kind of rat rod, like all the cliche words you can think of to describe this, just to kind of help people know what it was.
Okay.
But anyway, it was this really cool thing, like a chainsaw on wheels kind of thing. Anyway, so that evolved. I built that one and sold it, and then I bought a Harley Sportster, and I built that Harley Sportster up, and actually that bike got featured in a magazine. And through building bikes, I met a guy who used to ride motocross. And so we would go ride Harleys together. And he said, "Hey, we're going to buy short course trucks. You should get one." And I was like, "Yeah, cool. Why not?" Like I said, I always had it in the back of my mind, like RC cars. So it wasn't very hard to convince me to buy one. So we all bought short course trucks. I think I bought a ready to run low-C kit. And it turns out at about the same time, one of the guys that I had learned a lot of the car modifying stuff from, who worked at one of the shops that I used to do a lot of my stuff at, had just opened a track.
And so I didn't know he had opened this track. It was really nice, massive indoor pitting, air conditioned, like big driver stand, really good dirt, really nice track. So I went there. Holy crap, I know you. Like it was a really good old friend of mine. So that kind of cemented my entrance into it, because it was like, it was more than just going to race. It was like, okay, this is cool. Like, I know people that are here, and it became like a social thing for me. And it was also on the way home from my office to, on the way home, in between my office. And so I would go there almost every single day on my way home just to wait for traffic to die down. And that's kind of where it all started.
What track was that?
Now. It was called Speed Monkey RC.
Okay.
The guy's name was Steve Pack. And to take the Steve Pack thing even a step further, the only reason I ever got an Agama, now remember, I had only been in the current racing scene for, at this point, when I had transitioned from short course into nitro, and it was a Truggy, my first one was a Truggy, I said, I want to buy a new one, what should I get? And I had only been racing for 4 or 5 months, and he said, get an Agama. And I was like, I have no idea what that is, but I'll check it out. And it was the coolest looking thing I'd ever seen. Like, it didn't have a normal truck body. Like, it had some character, you know what I mean? And so I was instantly sold on it and bought it. And then, like, that was my truck. Like, I was the guy with the Agama truck. Like, I was the only person at the track that had one. And so it was because of that track, because of the guy that owned it, that I even anywhere got to where I am now, like literally down to the brand of car that I work for. Yeah,
that's pretty crazy that your first real nitro car that you bought brand new, like distribute and
right.
Yeah.
Keenan, I've never built another new 8-scale car before, ever.
Really? That's interesting.
Really. I had a used Losi 2.0 EU, and I had my first buggy, which was bought specifically to convert into a short course, was an MBX6 Eco that he built for me. So I didn't build that. So like literally the first one that I ever built was an Agama, and I've never built anything else or bought another new A-scale kit ever.
Who was importing Agama at that time?
At that time, it was Hobby Pro USA.
Okay, because they've been through a few different. Well, Gene was running them for a while.
Gene and Andrew Smolnik, I guess they were on different sides of the country, but it was still under one roof. And now I'm speculating here, but they split up, and Gene went a different direction, and Andrew kept Agama. And then I have no idea. Like, I can't tell you, and honestly, I don't even want to get into any hearsay, why Hobby Pro doesn't do it anymore or anything like that. And then after them, it was Nemo. So really, like, technically, it was only really 2 different people. It was Hobby Pro USA, and then it was Nemo Racing.
They were really big under Gene and Andrew. I mean, they had Quartz on their team, and they were really popular around America.
Yeah, and I think there were still a lot of growing pains with the brand, and a lot of we had to do. I mean, we've been doing damage control from the early days ever since. Like, they had the right people at the time. They had the right people behind the brand, but the brand wasn't necessarily ready for the level of exposure that they got. And so there were definitely some growing pains and some guys left with bad tastes in their mouths. And we've ever since we've been doing damage control. I mean, personally, we're obviously you can see the results now. We're way beyond where that was in terms of like the quality of the car and how well the car drives and that sort of thing. Like, we're light years ahead of
I know how that feels,
where it was.
Because a lot of people, obviously, with JQ, they remember the first car, and JQ would tell them, well, the car was good, but the plastics were shit. And people remember that. And so, now that's kind of behind us. Yes, of course, like any other car, we have our issues. But I know exactly what you're talking about. So you got into the truggy racing, and when did it start getting serious? Like, how did you start traveling more around the South? Or
No, I just raced at Speed Monkey for the whole time that it was open. So 2013 was the summer of 2013. So this is 8 months after I started, was when I first started entering races. And I only entered the races, aside from the club racing at Speed Monkey, I only entered big races at Speed Monkey because mainly I always helped with whatever needed to be done at Speed Monkey. Like I can never just go be a participant in anything that I do. Like I always have to be kind of like the end guy, I guess. I always want to help and give input and try to make things better, maybe to a fault. But so with Speed Monkey, I always helped those guys with the track, and we helped design the tracks and build the tracks. So I was there. It took up all of my time. So the only big races I ever went to were literally at Speed Monkey. Like I didn't travel that first year at all.
And ultimately, what happened to that track? Why did it close?
It just, DFW is weird. The Dallas-Fort Worth area is weird in a good way, I guess, in that the racers here have always had a indoor facility, ace scale and 10 scale to race at. So they've always had a track that had like smooth, not dirty dirt where you could go run all day and blow your car off and it would be clean again. And you would be inside and you wouldn't have to deal with the heat and the sun and all that kind of stuff. So I think Speed Monkey suffered, one, because it wasn't what the people in Dallas-Fort Worth were used to. They were, when it was new, it was kind of successful. And then as time wore on, people wanted to deal less and less with the varying track conditions and the temperatures and that sort of thing, and just wanted to race at the indoor tracks that were easy.
Yeah.
And also when you look back at that time in DFW, unfortunately it was probably the worst timeline participation wise that RC had. I mean, it wasn't that Speed Monkey had 10 guys show up for a club race and Indy, which is still the track that's there now, had 100 guys. Like we would think that, and then we would look at Indy's entries and they would have like 15 guys. So it wasn't so much that, I guess it really wasn't so much that we didn't necessarily have what the racers wanted. There just weren't that many people racing back then. So even as bad as some people might say the state of RC is now, it's still better than it was 5 years ago in this area for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I saw pictures of Indy just after New Year's and it was packed.
Yeah,
and
they regularly have these days have massive turnouts for their club racing, and credit that to the guys that stepped in to kind of freshen it up, and credit that a lot to Peter Husser, who I mean, just like the guy that's everybody's buddy, you know what I mean? Like I envy that he has that ability, because you've seen me. I'm not really that good at being that kind of, like, you know what I'm trying to say.
Oh yeah, I'm always telling you to smile.
That's done a lot. That's done a lot to help them and let it become what it is. You know what I mean? Like he has done a lot with what they have laid out to really make that place as successful as it is in terms of race entries and club race participation.
I always use them as an example of a great track that has a club race, a big club race following.
Sure.
And it's a great example. And I've been there a couple times, and it's cool, man. I like it. It's nice air conditioned pits. Sorry,
right.
And
right.
Yeah, it's nice. I like Indy. I like the people behind it, and Alex and his dad are good people as well. So.
And like I say, that's the kind of thing that racers in this area have always had available to them. So it's always made it hard for like an outdoor track to survive. I mean, I went through it with a project that I did not too long ago where it's just so hot and it's not convenient to go race outside. And then the other thing, getting back to Speed Monkey, the other thing that really hurt Speed Monkey is the weather here. Not the heat, but the rain. Like it can be dry we can not get rain for 60 days, and then you'll get 2 days of rain that will destroy a month's worth of planning and work, and then the race that you were having to generate all of this revenue is then annihilated, and you don't have it anymore. So that was another thing that really hurt Speed Monkey. I think every big race we had at Speed Monkey, it rained.
Yeah, and that's why all these indoor races on the East Coast just are booming. Because people,
it's a guaranteed thing.
Exactly. And you know what? I don't blame people for that. You know, I have my friends from Bermuda, you know, Quincy and all them guys, they come to PNB and Wicked Weekend because they know they're going to get a race in.
Right, and the amount of money that you spend, man, like we're already planning for Nitro Challenge, and in my head, I'm just like, gosh, like all of the money and planning that all of the brands spend, and we all just go fingers crossed that the weather is going to cooperate.
Oh yeah.
And if it doesn't, then, you know, we just spent $2,000 on fuel to drive out there and plane tickets, and then all the time and money that Joey put into it, and it just, man, it's just, I love it. I love outdoor racing. Like, I put my heart and soul into an outdoor track here last year, and the weather just, man, the weather will just kill you.
Oh, it was close this year at DNC.
Yeah, no, it was very close. And we ended up getting a good race and having some really decent weather there toward the end of the event. So.
Oh yeah. Okay. So let's transfer. Let's go ahead a little further. When did you start becoming more active with Nemo? How did Nemo USA come about? That's probably a better question.
So that summer, this connects really well to where we were at. That first summer that I started racing, I ran 2 big races that I TQ'd and got second in Sportsman. One of them was a truck race, TQ'd and got second. And then the next one was a buggy race, and I TQ'd and got second. And I'm like, okay, you know what? It's time to get out of Sportsman. So I was like, I'm going to ask Agama for a 50 deal. And I emailed Smolnik and said, hey, I'd like to get on the team. And I got one email back from him that said, what kind of support are you after? And then it was like radio silence, like nothing after that. And then I can't really say how accurate this is, but let's say a month or two later, I saw the announcement that Nemo Racing was now the U.S. distributor for Agama. And for all inquiries, email these guys. So I emailed them and I said, hey, I was talking to Hobby Pro USA about getting a team deal. And of course, they were like, oh, yeah, absolutely. Like, we'll put you on because, like, let's be honest, it's not that hard. It's really not that hard to get a team deal. And so they put me on, and they were just transitioning to be able to to take care of the United States. And they didn't have a warehouse or anything over here yet. And I said, well, I'd like to get a new truck, and he was like, well, we'll sell you one from over here. And I said, cool. He sent me the PayPal invoice. I paid it. And I, like, no kidding, I did this on a Thursday. And on Monday, I had the kit from the UK.
Okay, so they were doing shipping directly from the UK to America. Okay.
John Hazelwood was the guy that I was dealing with at the time. Took the order from me, sent me the invoice. I paid it. And like 3 days later, I had this truck from the UK, and I was like, this is amazing. Like, these guys are awesome. And it was that moment where I was just like, this is it for me. Like, these are like the way that these guys took care of me that quick, like that well. I'm like, this is it. Like, I'm in. And I've been in to the point, obviously, where I'm at now with them. You know what I mean? Like, it was just that level of support that solidified it all for me. I was like, there's nowhere else I need to go.
So when did Nemo USA become a thing? Become what it is?
So 2014, they did it all from a third-party logistics warehouse based out of California. So what that is it's just a big warehouse. It's like Amazon, basically. And so whenever you would place an order, the order would go to this big third-party warehouse, and they would get the pick list, and they would pick the parts, put it in the box, and ship it to you. So they didn't have anybody actually here that could handle any kind of customer service deals or anything like that. So that went on through 2014. And also in 2014, I got one of the local pros from Texas whose name was Hunter Kinsey. I got him involved with Agama and Nemo, and they put Hunter on the pro team. So Hunter was like the first United States guy that they signed.
Okay.
And so through all of these things, I started to build a relationship up with the guys in the UK, and just communicating with them all throughout 2014, and always going to the races. It was always me, Hunter, and his dad Russ, and so we always traveled to races together because in 2014 Speed Monkey was closed, so the only thing we could do at that point was travel to races. So traveled to all the races with them, and and just always corresponding with the UK about what was going on, and just got to know them better and better and better. Fast forward to February of 2015, which is when Nitro Challenge happens.
Mm-hmm.
And I was unemployed at the time, and collecting unemployment, trying to find work. And I decided on a whim, because Dave Duggan, who was the UK team manager for Nemo at the time, and Darren Bloomfield were going to come to Phoenix for Nitro Challenge. And I was like, oh, I'd like to go to this and meet these guys. And so I took $25 a bag from everybody who was flying to Nitro Challenge, and I took all their bags in my minivan and drove to Nitro Challenge with Josh Glancy. And so we used that money to pay for gas to get there.
No
way.
I
got there. Yeah, that's legit. That legit happened. I mean, dude, my unemployment was like, I think it was like $900 a month.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I didn't have any money to race or do anything like that. So did whatever we could to get there. Gosh, I mean, signing up for that race, it's $100. Like, I don't even know how I managed that. Like, anyway, so I'm there with Darren and Dave, and I'm talking to Dave, and I'm like, I know how you guys are operating right now. If there ever becomes an opportunity for somebody in the United States to run things for you, like, I would like to be that guy.
Mm-hmm.
And we talked more about it, and they, like, he was like, this guy's not an idiot. Like, there are a lot of people in this industry that are just like, oh, I want to be this guy for you. Like, I want to be your YouTube guy, or I want to be your whatever guy. I'm so helpful. And really, they just want things. They just want you to give them stuff.
Yes, I know.
And so, yeah, I'm sure you get it all the time, just the same way that I do. So meeting him in person, like, he was like, okay, this guy is not a kook. Like, he's got some legitimate experience about running businesses, because I'd owned my own shop and done, like, I'd freelance graphic design company when I was a kid, like, all kind of different things, and they're like, okay, like, he knows what he's talking about. So 2 months later or a month later was Silver State. And I said, hey, if you guys don't want to fly Dave out, because it's like $1,300 to get to Las Vegas from the UK, I said, I'll go to Las Vegas and pit for Darren. It's like $200. And they were like, sure, go ahead. So they flew me to Las Vegas, and I pitted for Darren. And all of this is just kind of furthering to solidify that relationship where I'm somebody that they can trust. And so all through 2015, like, there was actually, it actually almost wasn't, because there was another guy, and I'll just say there was another guy that they had never met, that they kind of decided they were going to put their trust into, because he had a little bit more of an RC background than I did.
Correct.
And that guy ended up running off with a bunch of stuff of theirs, which apparently he had done to other companies in the past.
Really?
And I warned him. I said, you guys need to be careful about this guy, not just because I wanted that position, but just because I'm like, you really just need to be careful about this guy. And sure enough, he did exactly what everybody said he was going to do. And they were like, okay, Billy, like, now I think we can really, like, we really kind of trust you. Like, you were right about this guy. And so they started to kind of open up a little bit more to me. And I said, let me build you a Facebook page. And, we had just come out with the A215, which was leaps and bounds better than the A8. And this was November of 2015, maybe. And I said, let me build a Facebook page for you, and let's do like a call for team drivers thing. And so I built the Facebook page, the first Nemo Racing USA Facebook page, which is still the one that's there now. And I did we're accepting team drivers things. And like we got so many people and sales went through the roof. And John was just like, whoa, like this is amazing. Like, yes, like let's keep pushing forward with this. You're great. And it was at that time. Now, keep in mind, all of the time I'm doing this for them, I'm a 50 driver. I have never asked them for anything other than the deal that I had. I never said, give me this and I'll do something for you. I was just like, I'm going to do all of this stuff for you. Mm-hmm. And that, period. It wasn't like, I'm going to do all of this stuff for you and, you know, you guys will give me something. It was just like, I'm going to do it for you. Because like I said, I had committed to them from the beginning, no matter where it was going to end up. I was just like, these are my guys. Like, it behooves me as a 50 driver, you know, to just make sure that they're successful because I don't want them to go anywhere. You know what I mean? So I just put my heart and soul into this, and I didn't have to show them I was doing this. They saw everything that I did, and this irritates me because people don't do this anymore. Everybody wants you to give them something before you get anything. And I'm like, that's not how this works. You need to show me what your value is.
I agree.
I'm always watching, and you will get the payoff from that value. I will see it, and I will give it to you. This is what I did. I showed them the value that I had, and they saw it. I didn't have to tell them that was happening. They saw it. And John gave me a full factory deal with Agama because of how successful I was building their team.
Yeah.
I didn't ask for it. He gave it to me. And like, I wish people would work more for what they want versus like saying, gimme, and oh, maybe I'll go do this for you.
Oh, I know.
You know,
it's so crazy. We have similar stories. I mean, I didn't run JQ before.
I'm sure every team manager in this business gets the same thing from so many different people.
But it's like when I tell people, I was like, you know, I asked Joseph for a job jokingly, and he said, yeah, I might have one for you. And then he's like, I got a job for you, but I can't pay you. And then I was like, well, how about a car? It's like, nope, you're going to earn that off your, you know, you're going to work for commission. Show me what you can do. And then you'll get a car once you've made enough money to buy it out of your commission. And you know what?
Right.
I'm so thankful he did that. I told him the other day. I said, I'm thankful you did that.
And the fact that you took that and ran with it, where a lot of people would just be like, oh, no, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah,
and they would just go to the next guy to try to find a handout.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I won't name any names. I had a well-known pro driver come to us for engines. Mm-hmm. And I said, we will pay you based off of the engines that you sell for us. And he said, his words were literally, I don't think I can sell enough engines to make the money that I need.
Well, he needs to work harder.
And I'm just like, dude, that's not how this industry works. Like, he's just so detached. You know what I mean? Like, you get paid based off of what you sell. Mm-hmm. Because that's how it works.
It should. That's how it should work. We should demand.
Right.
We should demand more from our drivers. You know,
right?
As managers, like especially if you're paying them, you definitely want to get your money's worth. So
you know, and every time I've ever gone, like I try to run a pretty laid back team. Like race reports. I think race reports are silly. Like it's kind of gotten out of control. Like I think that like teams that dictate like what color shirt. Well, I don't know what color shirt. Like some teams dictate like the font and just really kind of run the details into the ground. Like and contracts are. I think contracts are silly. Like unless you're getting paid or you're getting free stuff, I think contracts are silly. Like I want someone to be so happy with what they're running that I don't need a contract to make that person be a customer. Mm-hmm. And if they aren't happy with it, then I don't want them to feel trapped because of a contract that they signed. Like, let's be real about what we're doing. You know what I mean? Like, these guys just want to play.
Yep.
Go play. There's no pressure. Like, I'm super laid back. And the few times that I've kind of come down on people for things, they leave. So it's like you try to I mean, you just can't get stepped on, but at the same time, I want to create an environment that everybody wants to be a part of and is fun for them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's tough. It's just a tough line. Like,
I know. I agree with you, man. I totally agree with you. I mean, my experiences in the last 2.5 years has been definitely ups and downs, and I've kind of just got to the point. Hey, man, if you're not happy here, then fine. We'll still be friends. See you at the races. Like, have fun. You know. I hope you find what you're looking for wherever you go. And, yeah, that's kind of it's taken me a while to get to that point. But because I think for me, I invest a lot of myself into every person that comes onto the team, like, you know, and
I think one of the questions that you had written down that I looked at, it said, I think it was, what is the hardest thing about
being Nemo
being
USC manager,
being in my position? And honestly, like, I can say without a doubt, the very hardest thing is separating business from emotion.
Mm-hmm. I can
you know
agree
what I mean?
with you there.
Like, and I'm not near as bad as I was. I still struggle with it a little bit because it's like all of these people. So when you put a guy on, you have to become his best friend, right? Because you're one person to him, even though he's 50 people to you. So you're that one person to him. And some of these guys you'll develop a personal relationship with. And it's what they wanted when they became a part of the team. Mm-hmm. And then when all of a sudden they decide they're going to leave without any regard to that personal relationship, you're just supposed to be like, all right, peace, good luck.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's hard. That's the hardest thing for me.
I agree with you.
And then couple that with, like, dealing with online criticism. That's it's just hard not to take it personal. Like, this is literally my life. Like, this is how I pay my bills. This is how I put food on my table. It's very difficult not to take that stuff personally. But, you know, it just, that's probably the most difficult part for me. Like,
I agree with you, man.
I'm kind of intense, you know, and like when you, like, if I that wall gets broken down, like, it's, you know, I think the team thing that I mentioned, like, where you become friends with somebody who's on your team and then they decide, like, oh, well, we don't really care that we were friends with you. We're going to go drive something else. You know, that's probably the hardest thing.
I know. I've been through it. I still go through it. But I just try to, you know, it's hard. It's very hard. I agree with you 100% there, man.
Yeah. Guys that you like, kind of, I mean, there have been kids that I've nurtured, kids that I've brought into my circle, like, and given them like a free pass to private track days with like Darren, or private track days with Ryan, like guys that I really, really brought in, you know what I mean? And then one day they're just like, oh, well, I think I'm going to go do something else.
Okay.
And then they can't believe that I don't want to speak to them. I'm just like, what? Like, anyway, that's tough.
I know it is. I know it is. And I deal with it too. So I guess if we didn't care, we wouldn't. You're exactly right. That passion is what is. It's like it's a 50-50 thing. Like, it can bring you all the way up to the top, and it can take you all the way back down to the bottom. You just have to learn how to manage it. For sure. Well, speaking of, I forgot to even talk about this or even put it in the topics. But Bloomfield, man, I miss him so much. I think he was one of the fastest. I met him at Hearts in 2014, and he was testing a new car, the A215, I guess.
Sure.
And he didn't know me from anybody, and he went to help somebody. He goes, "Hey, man, if you want to drive a stick radio," I was like, "Man, right. I can't drive that." He didn't know me from anybody, and just offered me his car. I said, "Hey, go take it for a drive."
He kind of set the way that he handles people he doesn't know kind of set the bar for me in terms of what kind of pro would I like to have if I was ever going to get one in the United States. You know what I mean? Like, super personable, like really, really, really an incredible personality with complete strangers, like just not even fazed by it. Like, yeah, absolutely right. And like it was kind of, he's not without his faults, you know what I mean? Like, but in terms of like how the impression that you got from him that day and how he dealt with people he didn't know and fans and that sort of thing, like he really was pretty amazing. Like, he's never a guy that would give a complete stranger attitude who asked him a silly question about, like, what kind of tire are you running? You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I still get that from pros now, man. Like, I'm like, hey, what compound did you run? And they'll just stare at me. And I look at the car and I'm like, oh, it was this. And he goes, there's your answer. I'm like, really? That's where we're at? Like, you know, like he was really good about that. And honestly, the only person that rivals him or even surpasses him in that is who we ended up with, who was Ryan. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, Darren was, but we'll get to Ryan in a minute. Darren's awesome, and Darren an incredible talent. So,
oh yes, very underrated. Very underrated.
Just the raw talent, like incredible to watch drive. You know, like I when we went to all the races together, and I saw what the main critical thing was that was putting him where his results were at these big United States races. I'm like, we need to make a change. Like, and I think if we make this change, we're going to see a phenomenal result. And you know, this is a tough topic because I don't want to say anything bad about anything, or, you know, that we sell or anything like that. But when we put, I mean, I watched Darren. Beta tires are amazing. Like, beta tires are amazing for what they are. Like, I mean, the price point and the pre-glued and all that. But it was a little bit. It was at this level, at these races, they were a little. You know, they held him back a little bit. But I would see we just didn't have enough tire to adapt to all the conditions that everybody else did. That was the main thing. So, like, you know, like Proline has 17 compounds and 15 tread patterns or whatever. So they have a tire for any possible condition throughout a race weekend, where with Beta, we couldn't really adapt that way. So when I'm watching Darren at these races, when the track would come to us, when we had that moment where our tire was as good as anything else, he would literally be the fastest guy on the track. Like, I'm not exaggerating. Like, he would fast lap everybody. Mayfield, Bornhorst, Cavalieri, whatever. He was the fastest guy. And I was like, wow, like, this guy is amazing. And like, his first 3 laps on a track, you would watch him go around and you're like, he's been here. It looks like he's been here all week. Like, he's just got that kind of talent. And so, you know, when the conditions would change and we would get further and further away from having a tire, it would become a little bit more and more of a struggle. When we put him on a different tire for Southern Nats in 2017, and he almost beat Ryan, you know what I mean? Like, I think that was kind of he'll tell you that was one of the top 3 races of his entire life.
Oh yeah, that was awesome, dude.
He ranks that in the top 3 with Euros, but just to see what he was capable of, you know what I mean, and what the car was capable of.
It's a shame that he's gone. I really wish he would come back and race.
He's had, I mean, dude, such a long career. You know, he started racing when he was like 5 years old. I think he's 28 or 29 now. Just such a long career, and it wasn't hard to see that his interest was waning. You know what I mean? Like, it just through a couple of different things, it wasn't that hard to see. And I think he's happy now. He gets to spend time with his family, you know, and he doesn't have to travel as much, and he's able to, you know, like, watch his kid grow up and that sort of thing.
You know, and people think there's a whole lot of money in this. There isn't, like, you know, when you're not in the upper echelons of this, you're not making a whole bunch of money.
Right. So, and the guys that do make a whole lot of money, if they aren't, because a lot of the money that they make is contingency based. So if they don't perform, if they have a bad weekend, if you're Ryan Lutz in 2018 and you run out of fuel at like 7 races, like that's tough. You know what I mean? Because that's directly money out of your pocket. So
Yep.
yeah, it's not an easy thing to do.
Nope.
A lot of things have to go right for you to win one of these races, and only one thing has to go wrong.
Yep. And it's just like we kind of talked about it on the podcast last week about people that are making money. We calculated like 30 drivers that get paid to do this. They included some on-road drivers.
Right.
And I think maybe 3 or 4 of those guys are making $100K a year with contingency probably.
Right.
And that's nothing, So it's definitely signs that we need to grow our industry for sure.
Sure.
Okay. Now, Nemo, you've been to the UK quite a bit. You've traveled over there.
So a couple 3 times, I think. In fact, it was the first race. So after we had that successful kind of team building thing in late 2015, we were chatting back and forth, and he was talking about Neo, and I was like, man, I would love to go. And he goes, well, I'll get your ticket. Come on. And I was just like, hell yeah.
Yeah.
And so, that was kind of the next step to me ending up in the position that I'm at, because it was at that race that we shook hands on, like, that we were going to do this, that he was going to buy the trailer, and we were going to do the same thing over here that he did over there with the parts support at the races and that sort of thing. And so that's kind of where it all started.
So you got rid of the big trailer, right? And you gone into a smaller one, or are you still running the motorhome?
No, we're actually it will be revealed soon, but it is like we're kind of taking it up. So the thing is when we first built the trailer in 2016, we had this amazing support system at all of the races, but we didn't have somebody to showcase the product. So we had a lot of, we were like you guys, where you would go to the race and there'd be like 20 dudes driving our stuff at every race. And so the trailer supported those guys, but we never really grew past that level. And so we kind of started to slow down a little bit with the trailer and not travel as much, and only go to, because like we would travel to DNC and we would have 4 guys there, including us. And we would take this whole trailer with all of these parts and all of this support, and we just wouldn't have anybody there. So we kind of slowed down with the trailer and, just started doing the Texas races. And we've been, even before we signed Ryan, I was talking to John about getting a travel trailer like this so that I could travel more and just kind of get out to different places and let people see the stuff and drive the cars and that sort of thing. And so when Ryan came about, I'm like, oh, well, we're already doing this travel trailer deal, so it'll be the same. I'll just travel to all the races and we'll stay at the track, which has been amazing. Like, it's so awesome to have something like this at the racetrack where you just walk outside of the race and there it is, or you can, eat food and a place to cool down and all that kind of stuff. But what I really missed, especially with having him, was having a parts trailer there with everything in it and worrying about if I was going to leave something critical at home. And then on top of that, not being able to support our normal team drivers in the same way that we did. So over the last few months, and this culminated when John was here for Roar, we decided that we really, really wanted to get back to that level of support and really have the whole package. So when we go to a big race, not only do we have somebody like Ryan showcasing what our stuff is capable of, but we have this amazing support system. And so we came up with a plan, and that plan involved a trailer that we can sleep in and sell parts out of. So the black trailer is gone and sold, and unfortunately the travel trailer I have to live with for a really long time, because that's just how travel trailers work.
Yeah, but it's also less money towing it and easier to get in and out and everything.
Right, so. but the new trailer is gonna be really, really something else, and I mean really, really something else. Awesome. And we will have basically every race we go to, we'll have the full hanging parts support. So like anybody who drives our stuff is at a big race,
Mm-hmm.
all they have to bring is their car and their radio and their starter box and their fuel, and any spare parts they need, we will have available for them on site. So
Sweet.
So basically, we're combining the two things that we've had separately up to this point, which is one, the amazing support system, and two, the amazing driver to showcase what our stuff is capable of. And now we're finally going to have them both together, and we think it's just going to be like an unstoppable kind of. I think people will be chasing us to try to keep up.
Oh, you know what? We said it on the rant for this podcast, because we're kind of recorded it before I talked to you. We have you on as winning silly season so far, you know, and definitely the best signing for silly season 2019. So, you know, I congratulated you when you first done it. You know, I was like, yeah, one day I hopefully want to feel like that.
He was literally like when I told you earlier about like the bar that Darren set in terms of like customer relationships and that sort of thing. Like Ryan was somebody that Ryan was like the quintessential pro driver that we could never get.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like it just would never happen. Like whether we couldn't afford him or whether he would ever be available, which I never in a million years thought he would be. It was just like he was the only person that I really would have jumped through the hoops to get that I did. That's totally worth it. You know what I mean? Like
yep.
It was like an unreal opportunity, and there was no way I was going to let it slip by. And honestly, like his off-track persona has met every expectation that I had, and his on-track ability has exceeded all of my expectations. I mean, I knew we were going to be capable of always putting a car in the middle of the A main. I wouldn't have told you that we were going to start winning all of these races.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like exceeded all of my, he is like watching him. It's the same feeling I get when I watch Darren. You're just like, it's just incredible to see what he is capable of doing. You know what I mean? Like just incredible.
And he's just like, I mean, he's the nicest guy. Like, I think he's one of the most popular, if not the most popular guy in RC. And he's just always full of energy. He's nice. He's cool to talk to. He was like, when I used to go to the races and he was running Tekno, he was the only Tekno guy that would speak to me and stop by. And, you know, obviously, you know, JQ Tekno had a lot of beef going on.
Right.
And he would be the only one that spoke to me. I mean, Matt speaks to me, you know, as well now, but I always thought he's a great guy. JQ always said if he could sign one person, it would be him. So, yeah, man. I was pumped for you guys. I told you that when I said, man, congratulations. Good job. What is it like working with him, though? You know, I know, do you wrench on his stuff a lot, or does he do everything himself?
Initially, I helped him a lot with the wrenching just because he wasn't that familiar. Like when we would go to a race and he'd run 3 classes, I would help him a lot with the cars. Now that he's become more familiar, I mean, really, now that he's become more familiar with the cars and the time that we've had, we don't really have to do as much as we used to do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like we just don't have to make, I mean, that's the one good thing about this car is that you don't have to make massive changes from track to track, and you can, you know, it's got a very wide tuning window, and while he isn't like me, where I'll run the same setup on like 3 different tracks, like he obviously makes more critical changes than I do. But it's a lot simpler now than it was when we started. When we started, it took both of us working on all of his cars all the time to get everything ready because we were constantly having to try things and get him comfortable with the cars. Well, now that he's got a base setup, it's really not that, you know, I mean, it uses all of his time. He's definitely using all of his time in between rounds to get cars ready and that sort of thing, but it's not an overwhelming amount, and he's been able to do it pretty much on his own. So
I mean, you must have been like, so like when you DXR, like I'm not gonna lie, my 2 favorite races all year have been DXR and the Euros, because they're both very exciting races. I was super happy for you guys. And you tell me, Billy, did you shed a tear when he won at DXR?
Dude, that was the most poetic thing that could have ever happened. Like, and I'm so happy that happened for John where it happened, and that it happened for all of the guys. Because, you know, Nemo has been in the UK since 2010, and a lot of guys that drive for John have been with John since 2010. So it was like such an amazing thing for that to happen, for our first big win to happen where it did. You know what I mean? Like, it couldn't have been. It was like fairy tale type thing. Like,
it was awesome.
Have been better than it was.
It was so awesome, and like all the guys, I was like, man, all the Nemo guys had their shirts on, all that stuff. I was like, I didn't realize. I mean, I knew it was big, but I really got to see how big it was over there in the UK.
I think we had 35 or 40 guys in the tent.
That was great, man.
Something crazy, you know. And I told John, I'm like, we have a chance to win this. Like, I knew it was a surface. It was a surface that, you know, kind of a smooth indoor surface. Like DXR is kind of bumpy. When I say smooth, I mean it's like a clay type kind of rolled surface, that sort of thing. Like, it's lumpy, but it doesn't like break up and chunk out like an outdoor US track. And so I'm like, with all the tracks that we've been to, like, I feel like we can win this. Like, I told him that weeks before we even got there. And then, like, yeah, that was amazing.
Yeah, Nemo's really, I mean, you guys have some really talented kids. I mean, you just signed Jessica Powson. I think she's the fastest female in 8 scale. I really would like to see her and run the Drake race. Like, you know, you got the kid like Kilich, man, super, super impressed with those kids.
Yeah, 3rd place at the Euros. Like, where did that come from?
Yeah,
like, from the LCQ.
Yeah, so great.
I know the LCQ is a touchy subject with you.
Oh, was it you that liked it or didn't like it?
No, I mean, I don't think every race needs them.
No.
I don't have a problem with them, but I don't have a problem with them not being there either.
Well, I think you like this LCQ because that kid. I like to give that person that last chance, and it's not easy, and it made for an exciting race, and the kid went on to come 3rd. Like, I thought it was awesome. He's a great racer. He's a good racer. He's young. He's what, 15, 16?
15, I think. Yeah.
Wow.
His brother is really quick too.
Yeah.
His brother is 13, 12 or 13.
Yeah,
but yeah, they're both really, really good. You watch videos of them driving together, and it's just, I mean, they just freight train around like on top of each other, like nose to tail, like just yeah. It's no wonder why they've, you know, having someone like that to race with all the time. It's no wonder why they've gotten to where they are.
Yeah, and then in the UK you have the Skidmores. They're pretty good. So you have a really healthy European team. Like, you have the European team, the youth team I kind of wanted for JQ. To kill it, you know, just that there's fast young kids that are going to be talented, because that's, for me, that's where I'm seeing a lot of the 8 scale speed coming out of Europe. So I have a question. What is it like working with John? I was trying to research him the other day because I want to get him on the podcast. And he seems like a very interesting guy. And I really want to talk to him and hear his story. But what is it like working with him?
He's like I said, like, it was my first dealings with him that cemented this for me. Like, he's just super, man. He's so like, when I say supportive, I mean like the level of support that he gives to the people that are involved with his brands is like, I mean, it's so personal. Like, the way that he takes care of people. You know what I mean? Like, that's, to me, that's just, it's, some people can, it's just kind of selfless in that regard.
Yeah, he seems,
he's, you know, in terms of his racing and like who he is and that sort of thing, like, that is the reason that Nemo in Europe and the UK specifically is so successful. Like, imagine if Ryan Lutz had started Nemo Racing USA, like the difference it would be because of the background that he brings, you know what I mean, and the reputation that he brings. Like, that's John in the UK, like world's finalist. He was X-Ray's first paid driver. He was factory OS, very, very, very quick, and he's still really quick today. Very quick in his day, and like, he brought that reputation in to help build this thing up. Where in the United States, people were just like, well, who's Billy? You know what I mean? Like, so, you know, and we did okay, but never to the level of success, with the exception of this year, which has been interesting just because of the kit situation. We still did okay, like with me doing the best that I could, but we needed that one thing. We needed that one person, that reputation, that background to kind of push us up to the next level.
Yes, of
you know
course.
what I mean?
Of course.
And that, hopefully we'll see that play out into 2020. But yeah, John is, you know, like they're just the people in the UK they're just nicer. Like I don't know.
Do you feel that
how else to put it?
Do you feel in Europe they treat racing a little bit more, not serious, that's not the word I'm looking for, more professional?
It is. It's funny you say that, because it does seem like they take it more serious, but at the same time less serious.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like I think people here take it too seriously in a different way.
Yes.
Like they take everything outside of the racing much too serious. Like the shirts, like the sportsman guys with the shirts with all the sponsors and their name on the back.
Yeah.
And then like the terrible program at the racetrack, where the guys in Europe, like the racing is just like the racing. The etiquette, the racing
rules.
Etiquette is so much different, with some exceptions. The racing etiquette and the way that the races are run, it's so much more serious.
Yeah,
like
it's got rules.
I don't know how to say it.
More professional, like, I would say. Like my experience being over there, like when you finish, you have to go off. You go up you walk up the right side of the rostrum and you go down the left side, you know, and then you go right out and you put on your high-vis vest and you turn marshal, you know, little things like that, which lots of rules, but it's just natural over there. It took me, like, I kind of messed up my first times going there, and you know, they run, you know, like DXR, it's run on a schedule. Like, you know what time this is going to be.
Controlled practice, man. Don't even get me started.
Yeah.
Like,
you know.
I can't, like, get out, like, the idea that, like, I think controlled practice, I think every race should have controlled practice, but the reason they can't do it over here is because they're still signing people up the morning of the event.
Yep.
You know? I mean, I understand they're trying to run a business, and you can't fault them because people keep coming to those races. But like for somebody like me who didn't have a pit dad or didn't have a person to always take care of me at the races, you know, like I wear a lanyard on my radio because I didn't have anybody to help me carry stuff. Like that's how I started. So like for somebody like me, controlled practice is amazing because you're like, I'm in race 17. I need your help. What race are you in? 13. Okay, I'll help you. Like it's so nice. Gosh. And everybody gets the same amount of practice. And you don't have to deal with people who didn't marshal or stayed on the stand or, you know, like have a person who can constantly stand back in line for them to get them back up there. Everybody gets the same amount of practice. It's just different over there, man. It's like you say, they take it more serious. They take the event more serious. It's less chaotic.
Yeah. And I think they treat it more like
real racing.
Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. More like full-on racing. You have to get a F1 license. You have to be a part of the association, all that type of stuff. And I think that's what's lacking. They still do clubs, you know, all that type of stuff. I think that's what's lacking in America a lot.
I think part of it is that a lot of people lose sight of this, is that RC started as on-road racing. The first RC racing was on-road. And then it evolved into an on-road type layout, right? Like the path, like literally the path that you drove on looked like an on-road track, but it was in the dirt and it had jumps. And over here, they lost sight of that, where everything is moto. Dude, I couldn't care less about motocross. Just not a thing I've ever been interested in. But cars and road racing is something that I've always been interested in. And then like jumps and skateboards and jumps and like jumping, like that's sort of what the draw-in is for me. But like, I think that's part of the problem over here is that it's the moto thing versus over there. It comes from like the gentleman's sport of road racing.
Yeah. Well, racing's so much bigger. Like in the UK, I didn't realize how big racing period was. Just not RC racing.
Man, car culture is massive. Like, I mean, it's just like it's like car culture and football.
Mm-hmm.
Like in the UK, it's like their culture is consumed by it. You know what I mean?
Yep. And
where it's not like that over here.
Well, I mean, it is in America, but it's mostly in certain. Mostly, it's oval, obviously, and that's not really like, and just like F1 and all that stuff, and it's kind of originated in England and and all that type of, and they even have a really big bike culture. Like when I've been over there for training or whatever, I've always gone to bike races and stuff. It's just so big. You go to one of these races, there's 75,000 people there. I went to a race, a bike race with 75,000 people there, and I was like, wow, that's more than the population of Bermuda, by 10,000. So,
and racing over here, like the roots of car racing over here is like if you look at the roots of NASCAR, like it was on a beach with a bunch of like just completely just dudes that wanted to race on a beach with their cars, and they got out in jeans and t-shirts and raced each other around the circle on the beach. Where when you look at racing in Europe, it started kind of more refined, I guess.
Yeah.
And I think that probably even less to do with the moto thing. Just the roots of racing in each continent is just different.
Yep, I agree.
And I think that's reflected in the remote control car racing.
I agree. I mean, like, I think like in Norway and the Scandinavian countries, they actually have to be up. RC racing is considered part of the Motorsports Association. So I was just like Daniel Kobovic or whatever his name is, the kid from Norway. He's like ranked 50th in all of motorsports in Norway, and that's pretty cool. Like you're never,
like that he's even included in it. Yeah, and and to be fair, like you and I, because of the companies that we're involved with, even before we worked for these companies, we probably followed racing in Europe more than most people do over here. So
I agree.
Like it's kind of like I don't want to sound like, I mean, I love it over here. Like, don't get me wrong. Like I don't want it to sound like that I'm some kind of like Euro elitist, like America can't do anything right. It's not like that at all. It's just that it's like you say, like from the beginnings of racing in the United States, it's hard to incorporate all of those customs when it's so different from what the guys here are used to. Even though it seems so positive, like people, like, I mean, I've seen people lose their minds over here because they didn't get into a race that got cut off.
Yeah.
Like Indy did entry cutoffs at a race this year, and there were dudes that were irate because they couldn't get into the race. Like lost their minds. Where there's guys in England that have probably never even gotten into Nemo before.
Exactly.
They've been trying for 10 years and have never gotten into it, and they're just like, oh well, maybe next year.
Yeah, I remember when I signed up, but I never went. The guy was like, man, do not put that you're in UK, put that you're from Bermuda, because you'll get in, no problem.
Right.
So yeah, it's a lot of different things. I love racing in the States. I love coming over there. I love the atmosphere. I haven't, I just know, like, and that's kind of one of the reasons I started this podcast. I kind of wanted to expose the racing cultures from around the world, mostly Europe, because I think it's great over there, and I want more Americans to know about it, and then we can expand and see, hey, these guys do it this way, and we do it that way, and maybe this will work better. So we shall see. I don't know.
One thing that just popped in my head about differences between racing over here and racing over there is over there, you will never see a guy go out for his warm-up laps before the track is officially opened.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He'll get
I can't tell you how many times I've seen guys just get set down and drive out, and the RD's just like, oh, I didn't open the track. And then because those guys went out, everybody else just dropped and followed, and the guy's like, well, I guess the track is open. that does not happen in Europe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I've seen I've seen this guy do it more than once. One guy in particular in the United States, I've seen him drive around while the track was not open for a qualifier for whatever reason. I've seen him drive around on a section of the track back and forth for like 5 minutes before the track was open, and nobody was just like, hey man, you need to come back in. Like, whatever you're doing right now, getting temperature in your car or warming up your tires or doing whatever you're doing, nobody else gets to do that. You need to come in.
Yeah, I agree.
It does, but they just won't, man, they won't enforce rules like that. It just, over there, rules get enforced. They don't care who you are.
Mm-hmm. Man, they gave a guy a stop and go during warm-up of the Euros. I couldn't believe it. I was like, yeah, he's badass. Right. But it's just different cultures, and
sure.
What it comes down to is Europe has less entries, so it's more time, more warm up for races, so people aren't rushing out there. They know they're gonna get their 3 minutes of warm up or whatever. And with the American races, when you got 700 entries, man, you don't have time to spare an extra minute, you know?
Yeah, I know.
So it's kind of it's
like Ryan just went to the Australian Nationals. They had 6 rounds of qualifying.
Yeah, that's great.
It was buggy and truck.
Yeah,
they
that's
had
awesome.
6 rounds of qualifying. Like, I don't know. It's like the whole one class versus 3 different skill level classes. Like, that's another thing that I don't think America will ever really truly embrace.
No, I don't see it's going to happen. That and spec tire racing. But
I love spec tire racing.
Yeah,
that'll be really cool that'll be one thing that's really cool about running RC2 is just all the tire guessing game is.
Telling you, man, you and John should run it. He can do the over 40 class. He can battle with Degani and Don Winkelmeyer and all those guys who are going to race.
I think.
Oh, you're in the over 42, right? So you can battle with those guys too.
I think John would give Saxton a run for his money.
Yeah, I think he's badass. He's fast.
Yeah,
he does still race.
I think he was in the 8s. I think he made the 8s or maybe the quarters at DXR. No, he was better. He was in the quarters for sure.
No, he made the 8s. I think. Yeah.
No, because I was in this 8s or the 16ths this year, and he was at least one class ahead of me.
He should race. RC2 if he's coming. All right. Well, I want to talk about RCGP. Well, let's talk about that. As we're on it, I know you guys were kind of at the beginning. You wasn't about it. I know why. You told me your reasons. We actually talked about it on the rant a little bit. I think it was because John didn't like what Joseph wrote about him not about him, but about Agama in the blog. But he did, to Joseph's credit, he did say Nemo is a good company and they will do good things with Agama. I can't remember exactly what he said.
And John is aware of that. It's not even that specific thing that makes people like John or me maybe not want to be such willing participants. I feel like that for RCGP to be, I think it's an amazing product.
Yes,
it looks awesome. It really does. It's undeniable. But I feel like that Joe needs to talk some things back. Joe needs to hug some babies.
I tell him that all the time.
Joe needs to say, like, look, you know what, guys? Like, I was a dick. I'm sorry. I'm really just trying to do this for the better of all of us. If we all come together, I think it can be something. But he can't seem to help himself.
His name Rupert now. That's his new name.
You know what I mean? Like, and the last thing I saw from him that just made me facepalm was when our car came out, when the 319 came out, and it came out with a 17.5 degree caster block. And he says, somebody shoot me if I ever come out with a 17.5 degree caster block. And I'm just like, you don't get it. You just don't get it.
You guys fought for a while over that.
He needs to think that he needs to pretend that everybody's shit is amazing. If he wants these people to come into his thing and support it, he needs to stop. He needs to stop fucking with Adam. He needs to stop saying bad shit about other brands. and the thing is he'll just, and his continual justification for it is that he's right.
Trust me, I work with him. To jump in for him on the 17.5 thing, I think he was more HB done it first, and that's when it started with him, I think. And but I saw you guys fight, and I was just like, oh Jesus!
All I said was see ya. I said see ya at RCGP 2020. Not.
I know, but
that's just the sort of thing. That's the sort of thing that he needs to stop doing.
I agree with you 100%.
I don't mean us. I just mean period.
Mm-hmm.
Like if he wants these brands, they need to like the person that they feel like they're supporting.
I agree.
Before they'll think, they're not going to put those grudges aside, because the reality is for them, like, things are just fine the way that they are.
I know, but it isn't really. And we all know that. What changed your mind? What changed you guys' mind about getting...
Ryan is always, which is kind of surprised me, he's always been a proponent of it.
Yes.
He's tried to talk us into it from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the only thing that changed our mind was really just kind of the ease of the opportunity to get involved.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Nothing to do with the poll?
No, we had kind of already... We had kind of already decided when Ryan said that Brent wanted him on the team, I was just like, oh, cool, it's going to be at Thunder Alley. Like, that'll be cool too. Like, okay, like, John, maybe we should do this. Like, we don't have anything to lose. We get to go race these guys. And then the poll, and John was like, yeah, I think maybe. And then when the poll came out, I'm like, John, look.
Yes. Yes.
And
Thank you.
But we had already kind of committed to it before then. But that was certainly a really, really, really cool thing to see. And seeing that sort of thing, like, man, I won't go into exactly the sacrifices that I've made to get us where we are this year. Maybe one day maybe we'll talk about it in person at the racetrack, but
yeah,
like it feels good. It really does. It really is a little bit of sugar that helps the medicine go down to see stuff like that, because it has been a very, very difficult year. You know what I mean? And seeing the support from people that like that we've never heard of, and having the results that we've had on the racetrack have really been kind of the only thing that I'm living on right now.
I don't blame you, man. And FYI, people, if you don't know the poll we're talking about, RCGP did a poll to see who because Brent wants to have two American drivers. He has lots now. So a poll was done to see who the people would like to see. And I think over 2,000 people voted, and Lutz got 820 of those votes. So, and I think the next person down was Mayfield. He got 400. Yeah. So that was like an overwhelming success. And I'm glad you guys are going. I think it's great for you guys. I think it's great for RCGP. I think it's just a win-win situation for everybody. I really want you to race, and I think John should race too. It'd be great. It's going to be relaxed. Thunder Alley's a badass track.
Right. And it's really a good opportunity for us to piggyback on some West Coast exposure too.
Yep. Exactly.
I mean, we're gonna. I think initially the plan is that John is gonna fly into Dallas, and he's gonna ride out there with me, and we're gonna do kind of a little West Coast tour, go see some people, and it's really an area that we're kind of lacking in, and I think we need to change some perceptions. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I drive. I think Mike and I are driving the van from Charlotte. I'm definitely not taking the 20 because Border Patrol messes with me too much because I look Mexican. And I don't know. We're probably going to do the 40 and go right across. We want to do the 70 maybe, but might be too cold to do that up in the mountains. I just want to see the Rockies.
Right. We were going to, I think my tentative plan is to go to SCRC and just run some with John and have a good time, and then stop by Hobby Action in
Arizona.
in Arizona, and see if we can get some people to touch on these PR cars and maybe change some perceptions there.
Yep.
And then continue on up through San Diego and up into Los Angeles. And I think we're actually going to stay. We're potentially staying for the Sidewinder race at Revelation the week after RCCP.
Yeah. Dagani wants me to stay for that too. I might do it. We'll see what happens.
And then we're gonna head back.
So, well, that's a great lead in. Perfect, Billy. Perfect lead into PR distributor. That was kind of announced this week. It's kind of weird, not weird, because you guys are PR distributor America and Nemo is Yokomo distributor in the UK, or is it all of Europe?
Just the UK. That I think it's just the UK, but I could be wrong. But I'm pretty sure it's just the UK.
And PR is one of the companies that has a mini truggy, which is one of the classes that is kind of taking off. It's popular.
Right.
So, what's your thoughts on this?
I mean, like people have always. I'm trying to create something that people are more inclined to want to be a part of. You know what I mean? Like the more. Like when you look at a brand like let's look at AE, for example. Mm-hmm. The best AE deals are incredible. When you get a deal with AE, you get so much.
Yep.
You have so many things. They have chargers, batteries, electronics, 8-scale, 10-scale, ready to runs, all this kind of stuff. So I'm trying to create something that people, like it's just like you get more for it. So like, oh yeah, I get this and I get that too. Like, cool. Like, and we've had, the not having a 10-scale program has been kind of a hole in our lineup for a long time. And so the opportunity for PR came about, and I'd kind of been familiar with them for the last few years because they were like, it was always in the back of my head, like, because they're like a little Taiwanese brand, like a Gamma, little brands like a Gamma and PR Racing and who else, like Soar and S-Works, like all these dudes are the dudes behind these brands love racing. JQ is another one. Like they're in it for the racing. They're in it for what the companies like AE and Losi and Mugen started as or X-Ray started as when they were small, and it was just a guy who loved racing. Well, that's what Agama is. Like Vic, the guy that runs Agama, races. He's terrible at it, but he loves it. Never seen him not have a smile on his face. And PR is kind of the same way. Like they're in it because they love racing. And the guy was like, I think I can, design a car. And because he loves racing and he wanted to design his own car. And then thus PR Racing is born. So I think they're a really good fit for Nemo. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Yokomo wasn't, like, from a business standpoint, Yokomo just wasn't available for us to do in the United States.
Yes.
Like that's all there is to it. But on the flip side of that, if anybody can take a brand like PR Racing and turn them into somewhat of a household name, it's Nemo Racing, like as we've done in the past and are currently doing. Like, and if it can be done, we're definitely going to do it.
So this is my next question: does this mean Lutz is going to be racing more 10 scale?
We haven't set anything in stone just yet. We're not sure exactly how. I'm talking with PR right now about what they might want to do, and I'm going to sit down with Ryan in the next few days and see. Like our schedule is so insane. Mm-hmm. It's so insane with the A scale. I mean, the traveling, like, we try to get to a big race at least twice a month. And while that might only seem like 2 weekends a month, the reality of it is that you have 2 days before the first day of practice and 2 days after the first day of practice for travel. So
yep.
Like we're 2 day. We're gonna maybe try some things, but I wouldn't say you're gonna see us race 10 scale at the level that maybe he used to when he was with Durango or something like that. But we're gonna try to get to some 10 scale races and see what we can do with this stuff.
Is he back from Australia yet?
I think maybe just today. I know his plane got delayed. His first flight got canceled, so he was a day late coming back. And I'm sure he's super jet lagged.
Yeah, I need to get him on through the other podcast that I do for RCGP, but I want to give him some time. And I know you guys are going Southern Nats next weekend, which is a badass race. I'm actually sad that we're not going to that. Joseph's like, man, that race was so great. I enjoyed it.
I'm not even signed up right now. Like that's like I don't know if I'm gonna. I don't know.
Even more why you should drive race RC2 in October.
I think like we might have our new trailer. It'll be cutting it really close. We might have the new trailer for Southern Nats. We'll definitely have it in time for RCGP.
I suggest anybody going to Southern Nats. It's a damn great race.
It's the best race. It's the closest you'll get to a race like DXR.
Yeah.
In terms of the way it's organized. The only thing, and I've talked with Caleb about this plenty of times before, is the only thing that I wish they would do is controlled practice.
Yeah, most definitely.
I mean, they limit entry. They cut the entry off so early they could easily do it, and it works at races works at all of Joey's races. Joey has controlled practices at all of his races. I mean, if you didn't have controlled practice at a Joey race, like some guy would get like 10 minutes of practice, and another guy might get like an hour.
Yeah. I'm all about control practice, man. I definitely believe it's necessary, and it's enough time. It's not as many entries, so people can it's easy to do. So
right. Inside air conditioner.
Oh, it's lovely.
Just
lovely.
And the track at Ross Pilgrim is always amazing. Like just the most incredible, like big jumps and all that kind of stuff. Like it's really a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, we enjoyed it last year, and we almost burnt on a pit, but we enjoyed it.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, crazy. That's JQ. Blames it on me, but he was the one who charged it. All right. You have a lot of. I like your thoughts on the. You and I share a lot of similar thoughts when it comes to RC, and we kind of work in the similar. We do work in the similar. You're a manager. I guess I'm a manager. Whatever, and we work in the same industry. Give me your thoughts on the current state of RC.
Man, I mean, I don't want to. This topic can make me really seem like a curmudgeon. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's like I said, it's such a beatdown. I mean, the way people come at you, like wanting something for nothing, and I'm, like they're trying to write checks for money they don't have. Like that's the best analogy I can come up with is that everybody's trying to write a check that they can't cash. It just nobody wants to work for anything anymore, and people don't want to drive. People don't want to drive for a brand that they like. They're like, I mean, I've literally had guys who have like asked me for bullet deals, say, well, let me see what this other company gives me back.
Yeah, I've had that happen too.
I'm like, oh, well, this isn't something you shop around with. And as soon as somebody says something like that to me, I'm just like, sorry. Like that's the end. That's where it ends. There is no deal for you. Guys that'll leave a brand that they're with, they leave brand X because they didn't like it. And then they come to me and they say, I want to run this. And when I tell them what their deal is, they're like, oh, well, I had this deal with this other company. I'm like, well, if it's so good, stay with them. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't come to you and ask you to drive for me. If that was the situation, then yes, there could be some kind of negotiation. But because you're coming to me, there is no negotiation. Like, this is the offer. But that's just not the way guys act. Like everybody's just kind of shopping around for the best deal.
Yep. And that's because we don't have enough people in our industry.
Right.
And and we're just recycling. I like to say we're recycling people over and over again.
Yeah, we all just steal from each other. You know what
pretty
I mean?
much.
Like I think if it equalized, like everybody, well, people like us and people like JQ and the smaller companies, if it equalized, we could be very successful, but the massive companies would struggle. You know what I mean? If every company had an equal amount of people. But yeah, I mean, you definitely need to. It's such a long-term strategy to try to get new people in where it will trickle all the way down to what we're doing. I mean, I don't know how long will that take. I don't know.
But we have to do something. Well, that brings me on to my How do you grow the industry? How do we grow it?
I think that the best thing for this hobby would be a turf track in a mall, a carpet track in a mall with a really easy track and really slow cars that are inexpensive or that you rent, and let normal people go in and drive them and actually be able to go around and have a good time. I think that more so than the cost of RC, I think the reason that we struggle to get new people in is because it's hard. It's so hard. Like, forget about how hard it is to keep a nitro car running for 45 minutes at a time. How many years does it take for a person to be able to drive around that track and not feel like it's the hardest thing that they've ever done? You know what I mean? Like, how many people, how much of an investment of your life do you have to put into this before you can drive around and enjoy the experience of driving around versus constantly not being stressed out trying not to crash?
Yep.
So I think that we need to make it easier. Like, we don't need to make the racing that we do easier. We need to make the entry into it easier.
I agree.
So it needs to be slower. If you make it slower, the cars won't break. If you make it slower, they'll be easier to drive. And you just need to make it in front of people. You need it to be somewhere where people will just walk by and think, oh, I want to do that. Like, imagine you're walking through the mall and it's not a miniature golf course in one of the, like, in an outlet mall, you know what I mean? Right. It's an RC track, and you can go in there and you can, like, basically put a $5 bill into a little slot, and you get a radio and a car, and you can drive the thing around for 5 minutes, and you're like, wow, this was actually really fun. Not like if you show up to the local 10-scale track with your two-wheel drive tracks to slash, and the thing won't go in a straight line because it doesn't have any traction, you know, and you get run over by cars that are 5 times faster than your two-wheel drive slash, and you're like, oh, wow, I'm never doing this again. It's so hard.
Well, you know, it's funny you say that. I think we have to hit it from all angles as well. Not, you know, that's a great idea. I know they did the Milton Keynes GP, or they call it the British GP, which they did it in a mall in Milton Keynes, which I thought was great. I agree with you. I think it should be turf, because turf is just easier for people, because even when they do get into the race part of it, they don't have to worry about a whole bunch of tires and all that type of stuff. But
I think once you get someone that experience where they can drive around a track, like even with a really slow car, and they understand how the radio works, and they understand how to stop and go and turn right and turn left, that the transition into what we're doing, which is like the premier part of it, like, becomes way easier. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard, man. RC is hard.
It is, and people think it's supposed to be easy. Right. Oh, I'm not in it. I can do this. I can drive up and down my street. It should be easy.
We need like an autocross. We need like an SCCA autocross version of RC car racing. You don't just show up to the Formula One track and be like, oh yeah, here's my Formula One car. Even if you have a Formula One car, you don't go try to drive on the track with the Formula One guys. You know what I mean? And think that you're gonna have a good time. Like, that's kind of what we expect guys to do in RC right now. Like, that's there needs to be something done to dumb it down at an entry level, I think.
You know who done that? There's a great group up in the Pacific Northwest. I believe they're in Washington, Seattle area. Probably wrong, but they're called Die Hard RC, and they did something exactly like what you're saying. They went and set up their turf track in a mall, and got people driving it, and I think that's needed too. Like, all this stuff, we need to be hitting this from all angles. We need to. I think people don't know what we do. And that's what we need to get in front of people too. That's why I'm a big thing about RCGP, but I'm also about everything else that we do. We don't stop what we're doing. We do add new things, because we need to get RC from being the underground dogfighting ring that we have now, because that's what I like to compare it to, and get it in front of people, because I think it's freaking cool. I think what we do is cool. I think the culture that we're in is great. Yes, it's assholes in every culture, but, you know, the majority of people that I meet,
the way
is
I
awesome.
found it was just such dumb luck. You know what I mean? And I remember thinking, wow, I had no idea that this was happening. You know what I mean? When I got involved in it, like, yeah, that getting it out into the public is something that definitely needs to be done.
Mm-hmm. I agree, man.
Like, you need foot traffic. You need a way to get foot traffic to go buy it. But, you know, like, on the flip side, the industry has made it so hard for places that generate foot traffic to stay in business.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, it's just kind of it's such a multi-sided thing.
Yeah, I agree. What would you change in the industry right now if you could change anything?
Man, I mean, I would, like, this isn't like, I think that I would, as a manufacturer, or I'm not a manufacturer, but if I were if there were a board of manufacturers, I think that manufacturers need to make it easier for brick and mortars to survive. And I think the better, like the price is a huge thing. Like, let's be poetic about it. RC is easy. You can buy a car and you can go out and do it. I think that the cost to do it is a huge inhibitor, and that when the whole 50 deal came about, and we do it, but we're just don't hate the player, hate the game, right? Like, we're just here trying to survive. But if manufacturers, instead of thinking, what are we going to do to get money? Oh, well, we'll sell direct. If they would have thought, well, what we're going to do is take $100 off of our most expensive thing and pass that savings on to the brick and mortar, so that the brick and mortar can lower their price and entice more people to come in. You know what I mean? Then you could potentially still have all of the tracks and all of the hobby shops that were here in the early 2000s, and, like, the brick and mortar, the manufacturers would have made it up through volume versus price.
Mm-hmm.
What they did was they undercut all of their free advertising, all the places that had foot traffic, all the tracks, all the hobby shops that people would walk by and see and be like, oh, that's cool, I want to do that, is they undercut all of those places and they put them out of business. And so all those places closed, and then the industry got even more cutthroat. You know, like, it was the 50 deal, the direct customer was a very, very short-term solution to a long-term problem.
Yep, and it's created even more of a problem now.
It's like it's collapsing, it's imploding. Like, it's becoming worse and worse and worse. You know, where I think that the short-term fix should have been a price adjustment, you know, but maybe they just weren't in a position to do that, I guess, with their operating costs and that sort of thing. So, I mean, it's hard. Like, I don't fault them for it. Like, they're just businesses doing what they have to do to survive, you know, but it kind of just, it's just created a different thing. Yep. So I think the way we're going to have to get people involved with the state of the industry as it is that, well, I mean, and this, honestly, it circles back to something like RCGP, is that if the manufacturers aren't willing to lower their prices to get people in and help brick and mortar survive, they all need to come together in a board, quote unquote, board type scenario and create a thing that will potentially draw new people in.
I agree, man. Can we get the manufacturers to work together, though? Can we?
I don't know, man. It's some of them can. I mean, it's good for everybody, you know what I mean? But I don't think some of them probably don't want to. But it's hard to say, man, because Joseph is the X factor in all of this. You know, like, he is great of a guy as I think he is when I've spoken to him in person, and he's super knowledgeable and obviously very passionate. I feel like that he has kind of driven this wedge. He is the wedge that has kind of driven this thing apart. I think he can fix it. I don't think it's terminal. I think that if he comes to terms with the things that he's done and understands that the reason people are the way about RCGP is because of the way he's acted in the past, I think that he can talk it back and fix it. You know, I don't think that I don't think manufacturers don't want to get involved because they think it's a bad idea. I think that the few guys that don't want to do it because of him.
I can, yeah, you know what? I would actually agree with you. I think some just don't have the vision to do it as well. And maybe they're thinking about themselves and only themselves.
I think, yeah, but I think there would be less of that if the vision hadn't been created.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like,
but I think you should step back, though.
I don't think it's too late, man. Like,
I agree with you.
It's too late.
I agree with you, man, 100%. I've told him this myself, you know, and he's Joseph. He's at the same time. It kind of I'm not trying to hang off his nuts or anything, but he's that hard-headed, persistent guy that kind of needs to make this happen because a lot of people try. It's a lot of work. I've seen all the work that's gone into it previously, before it even got started. Like, people may think this just happened overnight. No, we're talking 2.5 years ago. This is being planned 3 years ago. So, but definitely.
I mean, Keenan, people will tell you I'm an asshole, but that doesn't take away the amount of work and passion that I've put into what I'm doing. You know what I mean? But it does take away their it does take away their desire to want to be a part of what I'm doing.
I agree.
That is undeniable. Like, and he needs to come to terms with that the same way that I've come to terms with it. Like, you just can't always be right. Sometimes you just got to take one for the team.
Oh, I agree. Trust me. Billy, I've gotten so much gray hair now, and it's because I argue with him, man. He's, it's just it's difficult, and I'm hoping I hammer it in him. Like, I hammer that sounded bad. I hammer it in him, but I try to constantly, daily, to say, hey, man, you got to take it easy. You should try this. You should try that. He doesn't have the shaking hands, kissing babies, political,
right?
And he
has to. You know what? It doesn't even have to be to that degree. He just needs to recognize that the things that he says affects people, and it creates resentment, and it doesn't make them want to willingly, even if it for their better good, that doesn't necessarily make them willingly want to do something that they think is just going to support him.
Yep. And it isn't, because it's for the whole industry. And at the end of the day, I think that's what people, they don't really get. It's like, I want the whole industry to do well, not just
right.
I want RC to get bigger, period, because that means it's better for everybody. If it gets bigger, then things can be cheaper as well. You know what I mean? And we don't have to have that, and everybody benefits. The local tracks, the clubs, the hobby shops, it's just a bit, but we have to do something. And it comes back. I like your idea. We have to all attack that as from every different angle, and we have to get our sport, because I call it a sport. It's a hobby, but it's a sport at the same time. We need to get that in front of people. And we need, I don't know. I think I'm definitely big on the professional racers being more professional. And, I love seeing a series. I'm a fanatic for that.
Right.
So, yeah, I'm not going to beat that horse no more. But I agree with you. And I do. Like you said, you gave a perfect example of yourself. And he
has a very good opportunity. He has a very good opportunity at Thunder Alley to get us involved next year.
Yeah, that's good.
Is he going to take that? Or is he going to be a cunt? Like, you know what I mean?
I haven't even used that word on this podcast yet. Thank you. Now I can use it.
Like, that's like, like, it's an opportunity that he has.
I agree.
Does he say to John, like, you know what? Like, sometimes I say some things online and I know I'm a little abrasive. I just have strong feelings about this stuff, but I would really love for you guys to be involved. I think you're doing great things. Is he going to do that? Or is he, you know what I mean? Like, he has that opportunity. He has that opportunity, I think, with every single company that doesn't want to support it right now. He just needs to do it.
Yeah, I agree. And you know what?
You guys need to stop, and I'm lumping you into this too. You need to stop You need to stop making people who aren't involved. You need to stop implying that they're stupid for not getting involved.
I agree.
You need to show the positive of getting involved, not the negative of not being involved.
I agree.
It's like dude, it's like politics. It's like the current state of politics in the United States. Like, like you can't, like, Democrats can't tell Republicans that they're stupid.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do it. Just makes them mad, and it makes them less willing to listen to what you're saying. It's funny. It's funny to even use that, because as much as he is not a fan of Trump, he is exactly like
him. Reverse Trump, though. That's what I call him all the time. I said, "You're reverse Trump."
It's the same. It's like the same. It's like, you just can't. You gotta embrace people that,
I agree.
Like, don't. Yeah,
I agree with you.
You can't make the people that don't participate.
I think my biggest thing
for not participating.
My
don't
biggest
tell them
thing
they're missing out. Just be like, this is what we're doing. Just show. Always focus on the positive, and then people will be like, "Man, look at that! Like, that's really cool. Like, maybe we should do that."
I agree, and I try to, but sometimes I just, my passion leaks out, and I'm passionate about that, and I try to keep it under control myself. When people don't, I don't have any information. Well, here it is. Boom, boom, boom. I don't understand how this works. How does this work? I try to explain as much as I can. I get caught up in passionate things, because I don't really argue about much things besides RC, is when, like, people who just constantly criticize, and there's nothing wrong with criticism, but they are.
Yeah, but they do that. They do that because of him.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to find a hole in it. They're trying to bring it down, because that's kind of what he has. That's kind of the arena that he has created. You know what I mean? Like, he has haters who are constantly trying to find flaws in everything that he's doing. So, you reap what you sow, and those guys are born of his quote unquote passion.
I agree.
All those critics.
I will not argue with you there. I will not argue with you there. All right. Well, I don't know if we have a section. Oh, sorry. Do I have one more question here? What's the future looking like for you and Nemo, Billy?
I have no plans to go anywhere. Like, I'm committed to this in ways that I don't really care to get out on a podcast like this, but I'm in it for the long haul.
That's good.
Like, loyalty is number one with me, and like as much as I'd like to get guys from one company to another company, like to our company or whatever, like, you can't fault somebody who's been loyal to a brand for however long, and like, it's to a fault. And and sometimes maybe it's not fair, but I try to hold everybody to the same standard that I hold myself to. And I think that kind of gives guys, maybe gives the wrong idea to some guys about, like, why I act the way that I do, about when they ask me, like all the team deal discount stuff, like I'm more likely to give a guy a deal who drives our stuff already than I am to give a guy a deal who just is looking for a deal.
And you want people that believe in what you're doing.
Right.
That's what I look for.
Because that's me. I believe in what we're doing. I always have. Like, dude, I was literally the only person at the track with an Agama and took shit every single day for it. But here I am, and now I run the fucking thing. Like,
there you go.
It just, like, I want to find that same passion in other people, and I want them to be a part of what we're doing if they want, you know what I mean?
Yep. I agree, man. We're definitely on the same wavelength there, most definitely.
We are here to stay, you know what I mean? And I think we've kind of, this year especially, our cars have always been good. Like, it isn't like, I love Ryan, but it isn't like Ryan showed up and turned the cars inside out and now we finally figured out how to make it work. Like, we just had somebody to showcase the things that we've had all along. Our cars have always been good, and me and the classes that I race in with our cars have always been competitive. It just, we're not going anywhere.
Got you. I don't
And
think you are either.
This is our best car ever, without a doubt. The new car.
You definitely you have all the cards in your favor. I think that's what I would definitely say, and I'm happy for you, man. Really, I am. I was happy, when you signed lots. I'm hoping I could get that one day, but we'll see. We shall see. All right, Billy, we have a 10 question, 10 second segment on the podcast, and it's basically
Okay.
I'm gonna ask you some questions.
Sure.
And you're probably going to go over 10 seconds because I want to know a little bit about it. But we're going to start off. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Number one, because I didn't know you was into motorcycles and cars. You have to make a choice. You can only keep one. RC, motorcycles, cars, or skateboarding.
Wow, that is honestly like skateboarding. Skateboarding shaped me and made me the person that I am. But if I can make this choice without having to take away all of the things that I had done in the past, I would say RC.
Okay.
I can't skateboard anymore. My body just doesn't. I can't. I'm happy to walk around without a limp every day.
Yeah.
But skateboarding honestly was a huge part of my life and has made me the person that I am today.
Was you a skater back in the late 80s and all that stuff? And
I started in probably 1987, and I mean, honestly, I haven't really quit yet, but I haven't ridden a skateboard in the longest, probably since March.
Oh, man.
When my knee really got bad. But yeah, I mean, my track was at a skate park.
Yeah,
like
I was surprised.
last summer. So yeah. Massive part of my life.
Yeah, I remember skating in the 80s, man. I was a big skate freak. Public domain. There's Paul Peralta, all that stuff.
Right.
Oh, man. My first board was a Corey O'Brien, my Santa Cruz.
Right on.
Good
I had
stuff.
a Town and Country logo design.
Yeah.
Because it was the only one that I thought my mom wouldn't get mad about the graphics on.
Oh, remember, like, everybody was like, you can't get, it's satanic and all this bull.
Yeah, like Kevin Staub was the board that I wanted. But
Yeah.
it had like an evil looking witch on it or something.
I really wanted a Ray Barbie board, man. I thought Ray Barbie
Yeah.
was one of the best street skaters ever.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Right now, who is the best driver in Texas? 8 scale.
The best 8th scale driver in Texas is probably Brandon Rose.
I would agree.
I think he shows the most
Potential.
like A-level pro pace on occasion. You know what I mean?
He has to get to more races, I think, and definitely outside of the South.
His program is his weak point. I think.
Mhm.
Like he has a hard time keeping stuff going.
Yeah.
But his pace is absolutely on par. Like he has the ability to come up. I think and he's only 15. So
Yep.
yeah.
All right. Number 3, your favorite skater of all time.
Favorite skater of all time. Gosh, that's a tough question. I don't know, man. I don't know that I really could pinpoint that. There's so many for so many different reasons. Jeff Phillips was obviously a big influence on me. Rest in peace. Tommy Guerrero was a big influence on me when I was younger. All of the original Girl and Plan B guys like Mike Carroll and Eric Costin, Rick Howard, and all those dudes were just phenomenal.
Yeah.
I mean, and they're still going today. I mean, they're my age or older, and they're just still amazing.
Yeah, like Gil Losi was a skater.
Yeah,
back
Gil,
in the day.
that's always been like a really cool thing to me because like the ranch pit stop was at a skate park, and I was like, when I first started this track over at the skate park near here, I'm like, there's some cool history to having an RC track at a skate park.
Cool.
So yeah, his family started Veriflex.
Yep. Really, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they were, and his brother was pro for Veriflex, and I think he's had his own company for Losi Skate Design for LSD for a while.
That's cool.
But yeah, Gil is an amazing guy, like really, really fun to hang out with, and knows just so much.
Okay. What, number 4, your favorite race to attend?
DXR Neo, easily.
Okay. Something I would like to do one day. If you wasn't racing RC, what would you be racing?
Probably some kind of like, I probably wouldn't be doing competitive racing. I would just be doing some kind of track day type deal, you know, like some kind of road racing drivers clinic kind of thing.
Okay.
Probably Volkswagens. There you go. That's
Okay.
easy.
Good stuff. Drag racing them or just going like?
I mean, drag racing was what we did. So it's drag racing paid the bills, but road racing is what we did for fun.
Okay, got you. Number 6. If you didn't sign Lutz, who would you have wanted to sign?
Joe. I used to try to. I would talk to Joe once or twice a year to see if he was happy. Bornhorst.
Okay.
I would always be like, "What's going on, Joe?" He's a real I think he's a pretty personable guy. Like he you know, he doesn't seem to have this kind of don't talk to me vibe. Like, you know, just seems personable. Where a lot of these guys are kind of unapproachable. Like he was on my short list, you know.
Okay. Number 7. You're a track builder as well. I know that. So what do you hate most about building tracks? Dislike.
Gosh, pulling the pipe up.
Pulling it up. Okay.
Yeah, especially at Indy. Pulling the pipe is the worst thing about putting new tracks in an Indy. Because of the clay, like the nails do not come out at all.
Really?
Yeah. Nightmare.
Okay. Number 8. What's your prediction for Lutz in 2020? What do you guys... Well, it's a World year, so...
It is a World's year. Like, we're going to do well at the Worlds. I mean, I'm not, you know, I'd be crazy if I say we were going to win it. I think we will do well. I think we will continue on the heels of the success that we've had this year and just, you know, like just keep, instead of showing up and being a guy that's going to be mid-pack, we're going to show up and always be a guy that can challenge for a win.
Yeah, I could see that. Number 9. Who, in your opinion, is the next fast young driver worldwide, not just in America, you know, in your experience, because you do know a lot of European racers as well.
Man, it's hard to say. You know who kind of just appeared out of nowhere was Brock Champlain. Champlain, is that how you say it?
Champlain.
He just came on the scene like I mean, I'd heard of him, but like, man, like his performance at Nationals, like one of his first big A scale races, he was motoring. You know what I mean? Like he definitely has. And I think Surf City Classic, he TQ'd 4-wheel drive and 2-wheel drive. And I just watched one of the 2-wheel drive mains, and he ran out front for the first, you know, 3.5 minutes of that. Like, and I think he's going to be somebody to be reckoned with if he stays with it.
Yeah, I think so. And he's still young. And,
right.
Yeah. All right, Billy. Now, I read this, and this is my last question of the day. And you said you like to sing.
I do.
So I want a few bars, please.
You want a few bars?
Yeah. You said you're pretty good, so let's get it.
Let's see. I always get put on the spot. I never know what song to sing. Fly me to the moon. Let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars.
There we go.
In other words, you happy with that?
Yeah, man. You do. You can cut it up. Yeah. Very well.
Yeah,
hey.
I had a roommate who was a karaoke DJ, and we used to go do that like 5 or 6 nights a week.
Oh man, you know what? When I have time, because I'm going to be busy at RCGP, I'm looking forward to hearing some of the stories you can't tell on the podcast, because I really enjoyed our conversation today. I've gotten to know you a little bit better, even though I know you at the races, but we never get to talk much. And man, I enjoyed this podcast with you, dude.
Cool, man. Yeah, I had a good time. I know I'm always the anxiety of sitting down and doing something like this, but I'm glad I overcame it and just
you did good.
Just got it done.
You done well. Would you like to say shout out and thanks to anybody before we sign off?
Nah, I don't think so. Like I always, that's a good way to leave people out. Everyone, I'm famous. Everyone, thanks to everyone. Thanks to everyone who's been there, and all the people that still believe in me, and and all the people that want to see us succeed, and for all the people that don't, thanks for the energy.
Yeah, man.
To continue to get better.
All right. Well, thank you for your time, dude, and I look forward to seeing
Keenan.
you in October.
Right on, dude.
All right.
All right, man. Bye.
Bye.
You are entering the Tekno RC Grassroots Racer Spotlight. The part of the podcast that gives the listeners a platform to talk about RC. Brought to you by Tekno RC. Tekno RC. Tekno RC is a premium manufacturer specializing in 8th and 10th scale high-performance off-road RC buggies and trucks. Visit www.teknorc.com for a complete catalog of their products.
Welcome to the Tekno RC Grassroots Racer Spotlight. This is the part of the podcast dedicated to you guys, the guys out there working Monday to Friday, 9 to 5 or 5 to 9, racing on the weekends, club racing throughout the week, supporting the manufacturers and supporting these guys that race professionally and put on and race for us on every big race that they go to. This is the part of the podcast for you guys. This is the part of the podcast where you have a say, where you can say something that's on your mind. Just tell us about how much you love RC, how you got started in RC, or what you want to see change in RC, or anything. This is your platform to talk. So this episode, him and I have become friends over the last few months. He's a big supporter of the podcast. He's from California. His name's Shawn Rusin. What's up, Shawn? How are you?
How you doing, Keenan? I'm doing great.
We finally got you on the podcast, man.
Yeah. Well, we're both busy, but yeah, it's great to finally get to talk to you, Keenan.
Yeah, man. I'm glad you're on here. You are like I thought I love RC, but I think you actually love it way more than I do. You have I saw your pictures this past weekend, man. I think your rigs look so awesome. Like you race U40, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm race U4 and
U4. Sorry, I know I said 40.
Yeah, U4 RC.
Yeah, but it's badass, man, because it looks so scale, man. I love your truck. Like the truck you had on the podium.
That's what it's all about. It's about scale first and performance second. So that's our goal, is to make them look as scale as possible, but yet perform in the rocks,
Yeah, and you guys have fun. That's what it looks like too. So this event that you was at, where I saw this past weekend, where was that? What was that all about?
Now this event this weekend is at CTRC, and now it's on more of like it's a short course track, but I mean they race 8 scale nitro on it as well. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of cars that race that series, and U4 was one class that we happened to race in there. It was called Open U4 RC, so you could race any class, because there's a lot of different classes in U4 RC. Mm-hmm. But this was open to any class, and there was no rocks, so we were just running on an 8 scale track or short course, whatever you want to call it, because it's not really huge. It's not a CTRC is not a massive track. It's small, but yet you can still open up an 8 scale, a little bit down the straightaway. Before you have to nail the brakes.
Yeah. So what is U4 exactly? Like, give us a brief description of what U4 is all about.
What U4 is all about is it's basically a concept from King of the Hammers, which is a 1-to-1 racing that they do with, it started with Jeeps, solid axle Jeeps. And I'm talking, 1-to-1 scale. So then a group of guys, Jerry Tobin and Brian Jones and some other people, they decided to start an RC club and race RC cars. This is about when the Axial Yeti came out. They were using, that's kind of what the car was that they were using in the beginning, was just a solid axle RC car. And then they would, beef it up with, axles, tubes inside, by either Beef Tubes or some other company. And then, and they were racing them on really tight rock courses in the beginning. This has started little over 10 years ago, because I've started into U4 probably 2.5 years ago, and that's about when, you know, I became an admin quickly in SoCal, so I got involved very fast.
Yeah.
So, but that's where it started. It was a group of guys that just enjoyed the King of the Hammers racing and wanted to race, you know, scale King of the Hammers style racing, and so that's how it all really started, and that's what it's kind of about now. We've sped things up with having the 2.2 unlimited car, which is the Tekno, you know, and there's other, you can pretty much take any 8-scale buggy, and it would be buggy or short course arms, and then take a truggy chassis to lengthen it out a little bit. And you don't have to lengthen it out, but when you put big power to it, it's hard to hold the front end down with the bigger wheels. So that's why the DB48 is created the way it is. And so it's kind of made the tracks a little faster. But it's fun. We still have challenging rock courses up in like Apple Valley and things like that. CTRC, U4RC track has one basic rock garden, but it's very natural in the track itself. We don't groom it or anything. We leave it all very natural, rutted and rocky, and maybe even weeds will grow in it. And you've just got to, you know, do your best to find a line. But I mean, with the amount of rocks and loose rocks that's being kicked around, things get crazy.
Yeah. So there's no specific rules for the track, like they have to have rocks or like I see some have logs and stuff like that. Just have obstacles for people.
Yeah, it's pretty much obstacles. It doesn't have to have rocks. You could be very creative in your U4 RC track. The only rules we really have are within the cars themselves, and where the rules get trickier more on the trophy cars. And the trophy cars are the metal chassis, totally hand built, with, you know, axial or whatever you might, you know, start your base from, which, you know, like my PRT, which is UCFab PRT, is based from, you know, like a axial Yeti, or not Yeti, I'm sorry, the Wraith. And then the BDI is a bomber drop-in, so it's based off of the bomber, you know. So it's just, you kind of start from a base and then build from there. So the rules are more in the cars, not in the tracks.
Okay. So how many people are into this? Like, is it just because I did see it at, when I went to DNC 2018, Joey had built a U4 track on the side. And I thought there were some cool rigs, man. I really like scale too. That's my thing. I like when they look real. That's probably why I want to try oval racing with a sprint car. But, I mean, do you guys get good crowds there? And like, how does it work?
Not right now. There's kind of a dry spell right now. When you saw that was when Arizona was involved. And so you saw Arizona and SoCal combined with a little bit of NorCal as well. There were some guys from Northern California that came out to that race. So there was a lot more different areas, divisions, as you will, that showed up for that event. So you see more people. So if you break those divisions down, it's not really a lot of us. We get, I mean, honestly, there's like only 13, 14 guys that are willing to race right now, but everybody's racing like 5 cars. So turn marshaling can get really tricky. We are, of course, trying always to do things different to bring more people in. I've been working with Proline on, you know, trying to draw attention with Proline by the Fire and things like that. And like, I'll be out at AMA Expo West, and we'll have a little U4 demo track out there, as well as some other fun things. But, you know, we are trying to grow it and keep it alive and everything, because, you know, the industry is still making the crawler cars, and anybody that's crawling that has a little bit of buggy in them, they want to go fast. So sooner or later, they're going to want to drive their rock crawler fast, and that's where U4 falls in. Gotcha. You know, so we just keep it going, regardless of how many people show up. You know, I'm motivated enough and love it enough to, you know, it doesn't really bother me if it's 10 people or if it's 20. And naturally, I want it to grow as big as I can get it. But right now, it was definitely bigger before I started. That's for sure. Okay. When I hear the stories, you know, of the past, you know, the Glen Helen days, if you will, and even Northern California, they had a track up there for a while that was going on. And AZ, of course, had their track out at Fear Farm. But, you know, some things happened out at Fair Farm, and I think that track got shut down for numerous reasons. And then same goes for NorCal. So it's just, as RC is, things go in waves. So it's just, we're in that down kind of hoping
I get
to
that.
come back up phase. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. But it takes guys like you and the guys involved that are passionate about it to keep it going. So.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, like I said, there's a lot of rigs naturally coming in the future, and there's crawling is huge, as I've heard you mention before. Axial Fest, the turnout is enormous, and so it's people like that they're crawling and stuff like that. Sooner or later, some of those guys are going to want to go fast. At some point they want to. And U4 is kind of hard on equipment. That's one thing
I did see that.
Also get.
You're always wrenching.
Yeah, it's not nice.
Yeah, that's rough, man. You guys out there, like, those rocks are rough, and you guys are just like I'm like, man, how can that car? I sometimes say, man, that car is pretty tough. How can it survive that?
It's a lot in your build, and also it's a different driving style. You have to drive conservatively, especially if you're going for a full season and you don't want to break the wallet. You got to drive conservatively, and you got to think smart. Everybody wants to pin it, but at some point, if you drive like that in the rocks, you're just going to break all the time. Yeah. Unless you're driving something like the unlimited builds, they definitely are. They take a beating a little more. I've put my DB48 through the test several times.
Good stuff. But you are just like the ultimate RC enthusiast too, man. I see you have a low C fifth scale. You do have some crawlers as well. You have dude. You're just into RC. Period.
I got probably like 13 cars, and they're all kind of different. I'm into the monster trucks. I still have a couple old associated cars back in the day, because I started in the early 80s. I lived just down the street from an RC track called Arizona Fast Track. Oh, yeah. And that's kind of how I got into it. My dad got me a Grasshopper, and then, of course, it turned into an RC10, and it just, manifested from there. But it's one of those things where I grew up next to a hobby store. I love RC cars, so I have everything. I do 8 scale. I'm about to start back into Truggy. I've raced Nitro a little bit, not enough to say I was, a competitive racer. I would show up to the track and goof off and then go home. But I've always had tracks in my properties that I've lived in and things like that, as I think I've showed you in the past. But yeah, I have a little bit of everything, and I just love RC cars. Like I said, anything with a remote. If the remote is in my hand, I'm grinning.
Yeah, that's kind of how I am, man. I love all RC things, and I think it's just amazing. I mean, I've even said I've had boats, I've had sailboat, I've even had a sailboat. I didn't know how to sail, but I had an RC sailboat, and I'm into RC that much, man. I just like it.
Yeah,
and
it's a lot of fun. It's therapeutic too. The wrenching side of it is great when you have a lot on your mind and you want to sit down with your rig and kind of just go into a different zone for a minute. It definitely is therapeutic for me. From a hard day's work or something like that, and you just want to relax. And some people sit and watch TV or sports and drink a beer. I pretty much sit in front of my RC cars and listen to old movies on the side.
Yeah, good stuff. So you said there's an event coming up that you guys are doing, a U4 exhibition. Where's that to? Tell us about that.
Yeah, so in November, AMA Expo West is coming to Pomona, and you can find that on Facebook on AMA Expo West. It's basically it's aviation. It's American Model Association, of course. So last
that's going to be big.
It's going to be big. Proline, we did a monster truck pit party and had like a half pipe jump, and there was a rhythm section. Some other hobby stores were there, and there was airplanes and helicopters flying behind us, and they had drone racing. And,
I'd love to go to that.
Inside the exhibition hall, of course, there's, you name it. I mean, everybody's there. So, yeah, we're going to do it again this year. Last year, we had a very small little short course track this year we're going to do a little bit of a demo U4 track. So we'll try and bring in a little bit of rock and just something to have fun with. It's nothing competition. It's just to show people what it is. And I'm sure we'll probably have some Pro Line rigs or something like that for them, for the people to test or drive or something. They did last time. They had the Pro MT 4x4 for people to drive, you know.
Oh man, I didn't realize it was that. That's something, man. I would geek right out at something like that.
Oh yeah, you'll like it. You'll
man,
like it. It's growing. They're trying to so back in the day there was the Expo RCX.
Yes, RCX.
Right. So I'm not saying that they're trying to make it like that, but people miss that. So this is something that, maybe could turn something into that. And that's what other people have hopes for. It's not that that's what AMA Expo is trying to do. It's just they would like to make it more than just aviation.
Yes. Well, the aviation side of RC is so big.
Well,
it's enormous. I did not realize how big it was. We actually have 2 drivers on the JQ team that are former, I would guess they were national level RC pilots. Jeff Pfeiffer and Mike Hill, and they both actually. It's so funny. They actually competed. Mike has a video of them competing against each other in a pattern. In pattern, which was inside a gymnasium, and Mike and now they're like teammates. They met each other again at PMB and all this stuff this year, so they got to talking. And Mike was like, "Man, you don't understand, Keenan. That whole arena, that whole basketball arena, like a small high school arena, would be packed, and people paid to come in there and watch us." I was like, "People paid you to come watch you fly?" I couldn't imagine us trying to charge people to come in and watch us car racing, but we should be thinking on that level. So the aviation side is so big, and I think anytime we get to promote our industry, our side of the industry along with that, and when I mean our side, I mean 4 wheels. It can be crawling, racing, whatever. I say go for it. So I think you're gonna have a blast, dude, and I look forward to seeing your pictures and stuff. I'm gonna have to tell Joseph. He's gonna have to send me to that one day.
Yeah, it's fun. Like I said, we did it last year. There, and I know it's hard to dig up old history stuff on Instagram and Facebook, but I did. There's stuff out there. You see how active I am on Instagram. I try and capture as much as I can, even though I'm super busy and running around like crazy when I'm at the events because I'm having fun. I try and stop for a minute and capture the moment and share for sure.
So you also mentioned you do monster truck as well, and that is a genre of RC that I am starting to see grow as well.
Well, that's where it started back in the 2000s. That's what got me into nitro was the Traxxas T-Max. And then from there it was the Often 9.5, and as I mentioned before, then I got into the jamming.
Yeah, you started your jamming cars.
Awesome. So but that's how it started. Well, that's not true. I had an outboard motor boat that was like I'll tell you, they're like a F1 style. It was a 7.5
tunnel hose. Yeah.
KYB 7.5 outboard. It was fast. That thing was quick. So I guess that was my first nitro. But car, monster truck was the first thing. Savage, I did the whole, fast lane machine thing. Yeah, I got a lot of monster trucks. I've got the,
I see Jason Runner from J Concepts is always going to, I actually like monster truck, like the electric ones. And he's going to, because J Concept makes a lot of bodies for him, and I'm sure, I don't know if Proline does. I haven't paid attention too much, but he's
in the solid axle monster truck.
Yeah, and that is a genre that I see is really growing in our industry.
Yeah, I have one of the axial ones. They're not as trick as what that gentleman's running. But I have one solid axle, and then all the other monster trucks I have are fully, like the X Max and things like that. But what you're talking about, scale monster trucks are really cool. Those are awesome. The little flags on them, and if you can get one with 4-wheel steering, that makes it even cooler.
Oh yeah, even what they're doing in real monster trucks nowadays is incredible. I saw one video of this guy jumping, so I was like, oh man.
Well, now they're doing like 360 on the front wheels, and they'll spin around on the front wheels.
Yeah,
it's insane. And then if you're skilled enough to do that with an RC, kudos to you, because that's really awesome.
Yeah. And then you're going to go try and do Pro Line by the Fire, which is an event that's growing. It's really cool.
I've only missed one Pro Line by the Fire. I think there's been 4 of them, and I've been to all 3. And now that I'm with Pro Line and very close with Paul, who's one of the gentlemen with Pro Line who helps run that, I definitely am not only an attendee, but as they call it, the trail boss.
Mm-hmm.
So it's so much fun. I really love being out there with the guys and everything. We did a deal with the SoCal Rally Runners. I believe I said that right. I hope. Sorry, guys, if I didn't. And so in the rally course, we detoured out into the rocks and then would come back into the rally course. And we did the detours, like, I think it was 3 detours. Mm-hmm. And you had to run alongside your car a little bit, but not as much as like a K5, but mm-hmm. It was fun. I didn't get to run the whole thing because I helped run the event, so mm-hmm. I didn't get to actually drive too much. But it was a blast.
Rally runners, as in physically running, or as in RC rally cars?
Well, RC rally cars, but they do run behind their cars, similar to like the guys do in the Ultra 5K mm-hmm. RC stuff. My friend Gene Boyd is into that, and I have a couple guys that also race in that. But anyway, similar to that, but not as far as the 5K. But the rally guys, they like to make those tracks long and narrow.
And they're super, like the cars are super scale, and they make the track scale looking as well.
Yep.
I didn't realize that was big in America. I thought it was mostly a European thing.
No, it's how there's pockets here mm-hmm. and there, that do it. But the SoCal scene, we love RC down here, and we're kind of in the mecca with how many vendors are around in this area and everything. So to me personally, it's not surprising that people are into rally just because of the craze, the RC craze. There's a lot of people mm-hmm. that run RC cars around here.
Yeah, SoCal is definitely the mecca for RC. Like, if you're into RC, you must I say to people, you must make that pilgrimage to SoCal to go see like OCRC and Thunder Alley, where the RCGP race is going to be, and just get to see these guys. Like, even for me, when I go, I'm like, wow,
there's so much racing. When when I got to put together a schedule for U4 for the series, it's hard because you can't. It's impossible to pay attention to everything going around, mm-hmm. and you want to try and more of the guys around, because I've also got the drag racing guys. Tim Smith and the drag racing guys are 8 minutes from my house, and I want to go see that stuff too. But then I want to go to CTRC and race, and then again I got U4RC to do. So.
Yeah, I gotta try to link up with Tim when I get to California. I'm gonna be there for a week. Previously. So it'd be good to see some. I've never seen RC drag racing in person.
Oh, it's really cool. That's another scale thing that's just really super cool. He just had a race too this weekend.
Yeah, I saw his son done really well. His son's been through
Yep, shocking.
It's growing though. It's growing so.
Absolutely.
It's definitely on the upswing. Drag racing. In fact, I had a few people who are now into drag racing after I had Tim Smith on the podcast. So mm-hmm. hopefully we get some guys running some U4 as well.
Yeah, hopefully. I hope so.
Yeah.
There's like I said, you can build an unlimited car out of an 8-scale buggy and truggy and, some sort of cage, probably from Axial. I use a team associated cage, but you could pretty much come a Losie's got cages. That's the thing about U4 is it's really you got to be a little creative with some of your builds, because mm-hmm. a lot of the stuff is not something you could buy over the counter. It's pieces of stuff that you could buy over a counter put together into something different.
Yeah. I agree, man. I'm finding that out with my trail trucks, which have been sitting for weeks, and I'm like, I'm going to work on them. Like, the tools are still next to them. I am going to work on them this week because I want to take my son out and go trailing. Mm-hmm. But, man, you inspire me too, because you are every weekend you're doing something RC wise, and you always tag me in your photos, and you always give me mad props for the podcast, which I really appreciate.
Well, I for my line of work, I'm constantly on the road. So your podcast and many others help me get through my day.
I appreciate your support, dude. And,
Yeah.
I've learned something new about you four. We'll get to meet each other when I come to California in October, end of September. So that's going to be good too. We get to hang out and
That'd be great.
watch some racing. So before we sign off here, does anybody? Oh, first off, is there any websites or Facebook pages which anybody's interested in U4 racing or anything like of similar can go to?
Yeah, we have our SoCal U4RC Facebook page, and then there's U4RC.com Facebook page, and then you can also find us at www.u4rc.com.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'll always update the schedule and post, when our rounds are and where they're going to be as soon as possible for everybody to get that information.
Yeah, for sure, man. And your sponsors must love you, dude, because you just promote so well. And I know you're sponsored by Tekno, so go ahead. This is your segment.
Oh, I want to thank, first of all, the very first, and I also work for them, but Cal RC, they're the ones that started, gave me the opportunity, and then Tekno, Proline, MKS, Tekin, Holmes Hobby, SOAR, SKG, they're all awesome to me. Every one of them, UC Fab, all my sponsors, everybody that's I've been affiliated with and has helped me and given me my, inspiration to push this hard. And really, honestly, I just love it. I have fun. And, no one loves their own stuff but yourself. So when I post pictures of it, half the time I'm just looking at it myself.
All righty, man. I love your passion, man. You're awesome. And
I just love it. It's too much fun, and I can't imagine slowing down, really.
Cool stuff, man. Good stuff. Well, I appreciate your time, dude, and I thank you for coming on and keep doing what you're doing, man. I notice it every time I see your stuff every time you post it up, man. It's awesome.
Thank you, Keenan, for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
All right, dude. You have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye.
Right, bye-bye.
Euro RC. Just RC. No bullshit.
We now head into the JQ Racing Rant. This is the R-rated part of the podcast. We understand if you don't want to listen to this part, or you have young kids that are in the industry or in the sport that do not want to listen to this part of the podcast, that's fine. This is not meant to offend anybody or anything. It's just our rant. It's uncensored. Well, sometimes it's censored because sometimes we go overboard, but it's meant to emulate how we act in the pits amongst each other as adults, talking smack, banter, jokes, cursing and whatnot. So, not to offend anybody, and not to have anybody be upset that their kids are listening to stuff like that. I put this disclaimer before we go into this part of the podcast. So if this ends your podcast listening for this episode, we thank you so much, and we appreciate your support. If not, please enjoy the JQ Racing Rant.
We are now at that point of the show where you should fasten those seatbelts and put your big boy pants on. Whoa. Things are about to get serious. It's time for the JQ Racing Rant.
Get a drink for this one, I can already tell.
Yeah.
Well, he's fucking inventory.
Every time.
Cocksucking motherfucker.
Just stop complaining already. Yeah.
Every time I try to do my intro for this, you do something stupid. Jeez. Welcome to the JQ Racing Rant, where JQ always makes noise when I'm trying to do my introduction. This is... See what I mean? This guy's an idiot. You're an idiot. Okay. Yes. Welcome to the JQ Racing Rant. This is the part of the podcast that is R-rated. You just opened that. You just opened that like as soon as I said that, and I instantly got thirsty as well.
That's fine. Just continue.
Yeah. So this is the part of the podcast dedicated to the rants and ravings and the general pit banter that you would get at a regular race between a group of adults. So if you don't want your kids listening to this, we totally understand. So joining me this week, as usual, is Jefferson Keaton and Rupert Pumpernickels, a.k.a. JQ. What's going on, guys?
Not too much. I'm just sitting here in beautiful Boise, Idaho, hanging out, enjoying life.
Yeah.
Listening to JQ bitch and moan and complain about nothing.
Yeah, making noise unnecessarily. How about you, Rupert? How you doing?
I'm okay.
Yeah. So that's okay. You've been busy this week in the last week, 7 days on Facebook, triggering people, me especially.
Yeah, I'm triggered a lot of people. Had some good Facebook Lives.
Yeah,
Jeff
you did.
Doesn't know anything about
Yep.
because he hasn't seen them.
I
I'm having one
wouldn't-
again on Wednesday.
I wouldn't know anything about them, and you know what? I'm okay with that.
Actually, when this podcast drops, that's probably when I'm on my Facebook Live. I'm going to talk about future trends in car design, shocks, and the MIP bypass piston.
Well, I did enjoy your talk about the X-ray car and that you got to try both pillow ball and C-hub. So that was pretty interesting. So keep up the good work. It's almost like old school car action when they used to do the shootouts between the different chassis. So it's pretty fun. Okay.
Except the guys from the old school car action actually knew what they were talking about.
Yeah, right.
Don't you miss the magazines, though? Maybe it was Steve and Best. Steve and Best used to do a lot of them.
Yeah, because see, the difference is those guys, when they did those write-ups and stuff, they were your average racer. So they could, take different cars and they didn't pick them apart and they didn't have any bias towards one or the other. They just, gave their true thoughts. Where Joseph, he's going to.
I give my true thoughts.
He
too.
actually did. He does.
I would actually I'd like to do a shootout like that with all the cars. That would be cool.
Yeah, you've been doing a good job of it. Maybe you need to unblock Jeff.
Who's actually driving the cars? Are you?
Yeah.
So you're driving the cars and then giving your assessment?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right. So
maybe we should get a good driver. Maybe try that.
Like you said, average driver. It's good.
Oh. Well, you are the Finnish champion, right? Is that right?
I didn't do the series this year.
He is the Nordic champion many times over there.
Did the last race. I won the last race.
Oh, that's right. That was that one with like 5 cars in it.
No, everyone was there.
Oh,
okay. All right. So Jeff, you have a rant this week. So let's get going.
I do have a rant this week, and it's one that kind of it's been on the back of my burners a little bit, and then I recently saw a post after the Roar Nationals that kind of triggered it a little bit more, and I wanted to kind of touch on it a little bit. It's a rant that's going to kind of go out to I would say the mass of RC car drivers in general who do the travel scene. They'll go to regional races. They do their local races. Kind of just your average Joe who sometimes they get a little starstruck when some of the pro drivers come. And when I'm talking the pro drivers, I'm talking about the paid drivers that show up to some of these events. And I get frustrated when I see people go completely out of their way to make big ordeals about a pro driver, again, emphasizing the pro driver being a paid driver, who goes out of their way to help an individual at a race. And for me, I kind of get like, I wouldn't say pissed because that's not the right word, but I just, it freaks me out when I see these guys, these average Joes just get all beside themselves because a pro driver helped them out at a race. And what I want people to understand is those pro drivers that are at those races, they got to realize that they are being paid to be at those races. They're being paid to race first and help the customer base second. But the helping the customer service or the customer base, which basically they're glorified customer service representatives, they're there being paid to help these individuals out. So if I'm at the track, and even if just on the far instance that say I raced X-ray car, right? And I'm struggling with my X-ray car, I should be able to walk up to the testmans and be like, hey, I need help. Can you help me? And they help me and I walk off. You know, I say thank you. I appreciate their help for taking the time to help me. But again, they're being paid to do that. So do I have the obligation to go on social media and write a big 2-page paragraph about how wonderful the Testmans are because they helped me, or how wonderful Drake is and what an ambassador Drake is because he took the time out to help me out at this race, when in fact the dude's being paid to be there? And so if you take it to your own personal level, like when you're at your workplace and you actually do your job, does your boss come over to you on a daily basis, or does your boss write up these big articles about you saying, oh my God, this person just really helped a person that calls the office to ask for help? You know, that's kind of where I'm going with it is people need to realize that these drivers are there to help us. They're there to race. They're there to win. But we don't need to get all freaked out when they actually do their job. Right? Am I right?
Agreed. How about you, Joseph?
Yeah, I have to agree. Those kind of posts really annoy me actually too. Even if they are directed at me, because it's especially
which doesn't happen
like
much.
It's just normal. It's like expected. So what's the big deal?
Yeah, like I think some of it is that they're just starstruck. Like, you know, it is what it is. Like some, especially younger drivers or whatever, you know, there is a little bit of a starstruck that, oh my God, Mayfield is like the best in the world, or, you know, Ronald Folk's the best in the world, and he touched my car. But, you know, and I get that side of it. But when seasoned people, you know, who have done the travel circuit for a year or more, you know, they're at some point, that's just an expected thing. And then the other side of it is when you get the smaller races. So like say 100 entry local race that the track is paying a pro driver to come to their race, which happens all the time. And a lot of people don't understand that. A lot of people kind of have this weird thing that, you know, Ryan Lutz is just showing up to our race this weekend, and, you know, Drake is showing up to our race this weekend, Cole Ogden showing up to our race this weekend, when in fact the club or the host track is paying these drivers to be there. And people may not realize that or understand that, but then when they do show up, they make it sound like, oh my gosh, you know, Ryan Lutz showed up on his own, or Cole Ogden showed up on his own, and they make it sound like they're flipping the tab to be there when they're not. And then when they help somebody at the track, they even go way above and beyond, being like, oh my God, they helped me, they touched my car. And I don't get it. I don't understand it.
Well, I used to get starstruck. Like when I first went to DNC last year, I was like, wow, like, you know, because I'd never been to this race. I'd never really met any of these guys. So I was kind of shy and shocked. And even the whole last year, I was kind of shy and, you know, didn't want to go up and bother them and whatnot. Now that I've kind of been to a lot of races, I've gotten around, not saying I'm friends with them all, but, you know, I can say hello. They're just regular guys like you and I. But to that, I understand why people get excited about that, but it is part of their job. It is and this is what they're supposed to do as well. But there's the unsung heroes out there that are doing this on a weekly basis at local tracks or at bigger races, you know, that are helping people out and giving people advice that don't get this type of acknowledgement, I want to say.
Oh, I totally agree. Like those, to me, if someone's going to go out of their way to write a big ass page-long write-up on a pro driver that's not being paid, man, I'm all for that because that dude deserves the credit. You know, it's most, and the thing about it is most of the time those regional level drivers that go way out of their way to help racers, new racers, old racers, to just help anybody at the track, those guys are the ones that deserve the credit. Those guys are the ones that should be publicly, you know, thanked because they are doing more than they need to. You know, I know a lot of drivers that pay for their stuff. You know, they may be a 70 off driver or 75 off driver or even 50 off drivers that pay for their parts and pay for their products, but they don't have one issue at all, giving parts away to help people at the track, to help people stay running. And they don't get nearly the amount of attention or credit that a pro driver who most of the time, those guys don't have fucking parts. Like, I can't tell you how many times I've bailed out some of the pro drivers with parts because they travel, like they're flying. They don't have the ability to bring all the shit that they possibly need. And those guys rely on the regional guys that have all the parts, you know, but do you see a pro driver giving a regional driver credit for giving them a part that they possibly need? Hell no. I've done it. I can't tell you how many times I've done it. And not once did one of those pro drivers say, yo, thanks, Jeff, for giving me diff cups or A-arms or whatever it is that they needed at the time. Hell no, that shit doesn't work.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just people starstruck. The thing about, we was talking about it before we came on air, Jeff. The thing that is great about RC is that the drivers and racers can, you know, they can get together. We're all racing in the same spot. You know, they're right there. You can go talk to them. It's very unique. I don't really know much about any other motorsports, but it's, you know, you can't really do that in motocross per se with the professionals. So, you know, it is a very unique. It's like I do agree with you. RC is a participation sport, and you get to hang around the pro guys and whatnot. So yeah, these guys.
Participation hobby.
You did say sport. You did say sport on track walk. I heard it, and I told you sport. You said it. He called RC a sport, Joseph. But yeah, these guys, that's their job to do this. But I think it's just people excited, man, and they're like, hey, you know, these are people like that. I can empathize with them because I was there. I was like that, and you're like, hey, man, I got to meet Mayfield. Like, you know, like I told you, like for the longest while, I thought Mayfield was the meanest guy in RC. Like, I didn't want to talk to him. I wouldn't say I was scared of him, but I was just like, wow, this guy doesn't look very friendly. Until that one night, then when we was at DNC this year, and Joseph and him were talking, he was having a beer, and Joseph goes, yeah, even he thinks you hate me. And then that kind of opened up the door, and we got to talk. And I was like, yeah, he's cool. He's just a regular dude that likes to drink Coors Light, and, you know, he can race RC cars fast. So,
yeah.
What about you, Joseph? You're very quiet. How about you? Because, Joseph, you don't get the, you know, these drivers, they get paid to go and do clinics, which I think is great. And I have no issue with the clubs or tracks charging to do the clinics to help pay for the drivers that to pay for the drivers' expenses. But Joseph, I mean, you don't get credit. We've trucked it across America and stopped and done clinics for free everywhere. We did it all across South America.
Yeah, I think in RC it's funny because the sponsors pay drivers, but they don't really require anything of them. I always kind of found that to be funny because, engine, tire, car brand, servos, all these companies pay these drivers, and very few of them actually do anything except just race. The companies that are paying aren't really getting the full value that they should be out of these guys. Unless they're the drivers that are winning, or unless they're like Ryan Lutz, then what are they getting? Like, they aren't posting really. I mean, Rivkin does some Facebook Lives.
Rivkin's really stepped up his social media game.
I mean, to me, Rivkin is one of the few that actually earns his paycheck. Like, he does Facebook Lives, he does social media stuff. Yeah, I agree. Like Mayfield. Take Mayfield, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Mayfield doesn't do shit.
Yeah, but he wins.
Show up to the race and drive. But he wins.
Yeah, or Cavallari's a good example. Cavallari's a good example. He's like non-existent on. I mean, he makes some posts now and then, but he makes a post saying that he's at a club OCRC. Yeah,
like he doesn't. Yeah, you're right. He doesn't do shit. I mean, half the drivers that are actually paid to do this, they don't do anything. Like, they show up and race. That's it. And then when they do something at the track, everybody freaks the fuck out because, oh my God, they like actually helped me at the track.
So sorry, go ahead.
That's their job. Like, that's what they're being paid to do. Is they're customer service reps. That's what they are. They're paid very well to be customer service reps.
But they don't actually do the customer service, most of them, which is funny, I think.
At the track they do. I mean, I think personally. I mean, with my experiences with everybody. I mean, if you walk up to any of the pro drivers, 99% of them will stop what they're doing to help you out.
But you have to walk up, though.
But yeah, you got to walk up for sure.
I mean, they can't walk around everybody and make sure they're all right. We're all spread out around I mean, if you're in the same pit, yes, okay, you can say, hey, man, you all right? You need help or whatever. People have to also have some balls and ask, too, You won't know if you don't ask. You can only say yes or no. But what would you expect if you hired a driver, Joseph? I know you always say you would hire Lutz if you could hire anybody, and I fully understand that. What would you expect from a driver if you paid them to drive for JQ Racing?
I think it depends a bit on the driver. So if it was a driver that was winning, then basically I would expect him to win. If it was a driver that was technically very good, developing the product, then that's what I would expect him to do. Develop the product and answer questions online, like technical questions and these sorts of things. And then the third type of guy is, the guy who is good with people at the track. So it sort of depends on the driver also, I think.
Yeah, but you want all of that. You want all three of those in one driver. You don't want one that's good at one, You
want a bit of everything, but you focus on one of the things, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, isn't that, I guess that's where the disconnect for me is because if even the best, Mayfield would be the best example in this. Like, Mayfield isn't good about, he's not the best customer service guy, but if you walk up to Mayfield and ask him a question, that dude will make eye contact with you, he'll shake your hand, and he will stop what he's doing and help you out. If he wins, so he's got the winning part, he'll help you out at the track part. I've never personally had to ask him for a part, or like if I broke my shit and I didn't have a part to replace it, I've never had to go to Mayfield and ask him for that side of it, so I don't know how well he is on that side of it. But I would think that that's all part of it as being a paid driver. Like, that's just part of it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there is just one or the other, or I guess I don't get that part of it. I think it's all of it.
Yeah, I agree too. But now you have to add in the social media side. And And why I mention that, because social media is such a big impact on everything, on life, but has definitely been a great impact on RC, negative and positive. But it all happens, it's just like life. So some of these guys are I get it. They're not into it. Now the younger guys are coming up and they're more into it. They're on Instagram, they're on Facebook, they're on Snapchat, even though I don't know anything about Snapchat, and they get it. So,
Well, do you think do you think over time that's going to push the Mayfields out because they're not active on social media?
I think as they get older and they don't adapt, yes, they'll still,
eventually Mayfield's not going to win every race.
Mm-hmm.
So at some point, somebody like Mayfield is going to have to adapt somewhere else to continue to be relevant. He's got years and years before that time comes. That guy's he's just good, and he's going to be winning for a long time. But look at Tessmans right now. Tessmans aren't necessarily winning, but they don't have a huge social media.
Not as much as they used to. He was pretty active before. They've kind of fell off, but I guess Gord is very helpful at the track. I guess, X-Ray has a good presence when they go to bigger races and whatnot. But a prime example of this would be, what about like Davide Ongaro? He's super fast, but his English is improving. I guess he's taking English classes and whatnot. But what's the word I'm looking for? Nobody really knows much about him. You know what I mean? Like, you can go look at David Runnefelt. He kind of gets it. Like, he's got a Facebook Live coming up this week, and it's all announced and stuff like that. At some point, Davide Ongaro is going to have to start doing that stuff. It's not going to be good enough to just win. Yes, of course, you're going to have to win, but he has to do more. Like, I don't know if he does, but he's going to have to get on and do. People want to talk, people want to interact, and this is the perfect platform to do that. Wouldn't you agree, Joseph?
Yeah, I agree. The time will come. I think the RC industry is very unprofessional, and it's slowly becoming more and more professional on every level. And one of the things will be that when companies pay people, they actually expect to get something in return. Because so far, there are drivers who probably got paychecks and don't even race. Ligani has done that. Travis Amezco has done that. They get paychecks and they don't race. That's how unprofessional this industry is.
Well, this brings me to something I would like to talk about. We're kind of coming to the end of the season here now, soon in the next 2 months, I would say. We had a really great silly season podcast at the beginning, and our main focus were, I guess, Lutz, Cavallari, and Tebow. So as we're coming to the end of the season here, I don't know, maybe we should wait to do this on another podcast, or who do you think kind of won silly season in 8 scale this year so far?
As far as results, or as far as
exposure, results, brand infect, yeah, most definitely.
Tebow to me, like, that was going to be the big thing between Lutz and Tebow.
Mm-hmm.
Who did better throughout the year. And, again, I think Lutz has more results. But, again, I also think Lutz raced a lot more. Like, I don't think – Tebow's raced, but Lutz raced way more than Tebow did, so naturally his results are going to shine more because he's done more.
Well, Lutz has been everywhere. He's in Australia now, on his way back from Australia now. Tebow did win Reedy race, even though that didn't really affect 8 scale. But I would definitely, this will be my question to you, Joseph, because we know, obviously we work for JQ. We wanted to sign Cavallari last year, going into this year. How do you feel now? Do you feel that signing Cavallari now would have been still something you would have pursued if you could look back? If you could go back to this time last year, and see what's happening now, would you be like, man, I still want to sign Cavallari?
I feel like I was right and you were wrong.
Yeah.
It was good. We didn't. It was good. We didn't sign him.
I would agree with that because
But-
I don't think he has the passion that he had before, that he once had, and I think 8 scale, like you can see it with the S-Work stuff. I mean, he just doesn't look like he cares. Like you don't ever see him testing or out at the all of his Instagram posts is that he's at OCRC racing. And he even took the S-Works there, and he had a post one time that, you know, he's running the S-Works at OC. Like that's not doing shit. Like that's not improving the brand. That's not helping the brand. That's not doing shit.
Well,
So on the 8 scale side, definitely I think signing Cav would have been a huge mistake.
well, we all knew that. We also said, Joseph, that you would have to, like, if you would have signed Cav, the plan was to move to California and just spend time with him and work with him there right in California, which probably would have made a difference as well, because he kind of doesn't have that support from S-Works, you know, over there. So I think that would have made a difference. He definitely needs that person to push him, I would say, and help him out on the 8 scale side. And maybe S-Works will implement that in the new year. I don't know. But
Yeah, is it a 1 or 2 year deal?
no idea. You would know better than me. So,
Interesting to see.
but definitely, I would say that Lutz kind of, I would say Agama, Nemo, Billy, and John, they lucked out on Lutz, man. He has been, I would say, probably the biggest impact, probably the most popular driver in RC at the moment. And he's putting in the work. He's definitely putting in the work.
I mean, the new car is awesome. Like the new car looks good. Now I don't know how their sales are. I would be really interested to know how their actual sales are, because I put Nemo Racing and the JQ Racing brand in America pretty like not maybe even equals as far as sales goes.
Yeah.
And JQ is probably even a little bit more popular than Nemo is.
Well, I think that's just Nemo's had ebbs and flows in America. It's been through, I think, like, remember when Gene Hickerson had it, and then it went up and down, and it's been through a few different owners. It's even been through ebbs and flows with Billy. So, but I definitely think it will be affected next year.
It'll be interesting. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see how they're, what they do as far as how aggressive they are to get team drivers and stuff. Because I mean, let's be honest, that's what's helped the JQ Racing brand, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you were aggressive getting team drivers, which, I don't know how the retail sales are. So, like, do you have retail sales outside of team drivers? Probably not much. But it would be the same with, like, a Nemo Racing brand. I mean, are they going to have retail sales outside of team drivers? Probably not. I mean, everything is going to be a team driver basis.
Well, Nemo is super popular in Europe. That's a good thing, like in the UK especially. So
yeah, but I'm talking the US.
How about you, Joseph? You're very quiet today. I don't know. We need to rile you up somehow.
He's been sitting there counting. He's been a bean counter today. So his brain's probably a little fried because he had to count like all 50 or 60 diff cups that you might have. How many A arms you had with your inventory?
Doing inventory. No, I'm just doing I'm gonna have a pre-fire sale here. It's all the random crap that's kind of left over after I stopped the Euro website, the web shop. So I'm opening it up again and selling all that crap I find.
So you don't have anything to rant about this week, Joseph?
I like that you leased it as crap. That's pretty accurate.
Yeah, we haven't really. I'm disappointed because we haven't ranted about anything.
Yeah, we haven't got it.
You went on this other podcast. I remember that Jeff said something dumb on the other podcast. But I can't remember.
I don't
what it
say
was anymore.
Anything dumb.
That would have been a good rant, actually.
He did call it a sport. He kept It was
something about RCGP, right?
Well,
he
it's
said
always
something
about
stupid about it.
He said he doesn't see the views. That's what he doesn't see.
Oh, the views. You don't.
Oh, that video, yeah.
Oh, the video. That's
Oh,
what
yeah,
it was.
yeah,
The
yeah,
fucking Traxxas
Okay.
video.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's right. Okay,
That's right.
yeah. That's awesome. And I agree. What's wrong with that? That was a Traxxas type video that you did. That's what that was.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, I wasn't a huge fan. I wasn't really. Yeah.
It could have been so much better.
Let's just say I wasn't really a fan of it. But I guess the reason it was released was, yeah, we're trying to do something, but we can't do it if no one steps up. If no one wants to do anything, then what do we do?
Okay.
What can we do? You know,
here's what I think is
no
funny.
teams, no brands, no drivers, no one wants to show up and do anything.
Yeah, because that was invited to all brands to show up.
Yeah.
Right? And,
So can't
and
do
participated.
So yeah, then they focused on their other stuff, the HPI stuff and all that stuff.
Right, but this is what it's coming down to, right? So you guys are really busting your ass, and you're trying to promote the RCGP on this professional motorsports scale, right? But then you do this video that, you know, it is what it is. You know, it's another, and I've said it many, many times, you guys are the 30-second kings. Like, you guys put out some amazing 30-second videos. They just look cool. But in that particular case, it did completely dumb down RC racing. Like, it was a bash. It was a Traxxas ad. That's what it was. It was a Traxxas ad. It looked like it was just a bashing thing that nobody takes serious, that you could just go do donuts in the street and, you know, whatever. Like,
Yeah,
to
but
me,
I think it's like, it's no big deal. Who cares? Like, it's
well,
not
you're right.
gonna-
Nobody cares because the viewership isn't there. Like, you have no viewership. So,
But that's where
nobody's
you're
really
wrong.
looking at it.
That's where you're wrong, though.
How am I wrong?
You're just looking at YouTube numbers. You're not looking at Facebook numbers. Like, the video...
Yeah, the views, like, video views are going to be 1 million at the end of the year. I mean, it's not a huge, massive amount, but it's pretty good for just starting out this year.
Where are you getting this 1 million from?
all the views
Everything.
combined.
YouTube and Facebook combined.
So if I go,
You can't go on the
the
Facebook because you're not allowed on that page because you've been banned. I can
Okay, so if a general consumer, whatever, goes to YouTube and looks at the YouTube views, the number of views, and then goes to Facebook and looks at the same exact video on Facebook and then counts those, that's going to be over 1 million.
Not the same video.
I think it's going to be 1 million by the end of the year.
All the videos put together.
Are you all the videos? But that's the same people. The same people are looking at all the views.
No,
So
well, okay.
Well,
are
not
you
necessarily.
how
I mean,
are
I
you
don't think the
justifying
same
this?
people watch the same video. That's why the views on YouTube are lower, because they're uploaded on Facebook first. Most people watch it there.
Like that video, the video that we released back on July 29th, which is my birthday, which is just over a month ago, which was just like mid-season report. Did you see it, Jeff? I don't know if you saw it because you can't really.
No, I can't see it.
But I think you can see it on YouTube. That has over 640 shares and almost 55,000 views in a month, just on Facebook. See,
Is that a lot?
Yeah, that's for a month.
I think for RC, that's pretty good.
Okay, so if I showed you a video that J Concepts did of a monster truck race that has 90,000 views,
Yeah, how old is it?
less than a year.
All right, so we're talking about a video that was released 1 month ago versus a video that's been released a year ago. If you want to do that, and I'm not trying to compare apples and you got to look at time. So that video was released. That video that I'm talking about right there was released a month ago. A month and what is it today? The 2nd. So it's a month and a few days.
Wow.
I'm just when you say that.
I still don't think the viewership is there that you're.
Yeah, but
that
how much
you're
do you think? How many views do you think
claiming.
the first video ever that came out over a year ago has?
I have no idea.
Over 100,000. The first video they ever dropped. So the views are there. Like even the views for the live, because people just when we do the live videos,
Are you talking like the 30-second ad That 30-second ad view?
It was
Or
2 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know.
So the views.
I disagree with you on the viewership.
I beg to differ.
Especially when YouTube is everything. YouTube.
Yeah, but
more
Facebook is a
people view
platform.
shit on YouTube than they do on Facebook or anything else. Because kids are on YouTube. Kids are not on Facebook.
You'd be surprised.
I'm not.
Actually, this leads into the whole topic. You know how Jason Ronan from J Concepts voted no, he's not excited about RCGP, and also he said that Mayfield, or told Mayfield that he didn't want Mayfield to race the RCGP. So
where did he say this?
I just asked on Facebook that. Hey,
was
why
this
don't you like
on the Radio
RCGP?
podcast?
Yeah. So then on the podcast, he was basically saying that the series was sold as something that would grow RC, and he just doesn't see how it can do that, and it's not doing that. So that's one thing, and then the other thing was,
which he's right. Is he wrong?
Traveling around the world, spending money. It's just another race, like whatever. Okay. So
it sounds like me.
Yeah, okay. I understand, but here's the thing. It's the first year. The first year you create the series, you create the product, then you develop it from there. The goal is still the same. Just because you didn't race at motocross and race at World Rallycross Championship, and you didn't have huge views and race in front of tens of thousands of people, and you didn't have like a retail partner selling cars and stuff to new people entering the hobby, and you didn't have a website dedicated to introducing people to RC. Just because you don't have all of that stuff in year one doesn't mean that it's a failure. It just means that it's not completed yet. The task isn't complete. So,
but see, Joseph, this is the problem.
I understand that someone can think that. I don't think this is the right way to do it. I understand that. But I don't understand people who run businesses themselves, look at something after 8 months, and they're like, yeah, it's not doing what they said it would do. You have to give it a bit more time than that.
I know, but see, the problem is, Joseph, is you're your own worst enemy. Because you are the one who wants to sit here and tell everybody that this is going to happen. It's just going to happen. It's just going to happen. You just trust the process. It's just going to happen. But yet you're the first one that wants everybody to buy in now, but expects people to buy in now, but won't give the process. You're telling everybody that this is going to happen, but the process is it's going to happen 10 years down the road.
No, not 10 years down the road.
Well, it's going to be a hell of a lot more than 3 to 5. It takes years and years and years for what you have envisioned in your head right now. Like, that's years down the road, and it's probably 5 to 10 years at least.
Okay, even if it was 5 years, let's just imagine something. Let's say it's 5 years, okay? So if we do nothing, in 5 years, nothing will have changed, right? But if the companies who are racing right now, they are paying drivers to race professionally, they just continue sending them to the same races and doing the same thing. In 5 years' time, nothing will have changed. Nothing will have improved. If they try this, then maybe things would change. Maybe things would improve. Do you see what I mean?
I do, but what you're missing, what the point that you're missing is the races that they're already sending them to now. That's where their local customer base is. So they're sending them to those races because they want these racers, just like what we were talking about at the beginning of the podcast. They want these racers to go on Facebook and say, oh my God, fucking Spencer Rifkin, help me out at the track. Ryan Mayfield, help me out at the track. Like, this is some anomaly that just doesn't happen every day. When it does happen every day, it just doesn't happen to this particular racer. But it drives me particular nuts when I see those, because that particular racer should know that it's his job to help you at the track. But But the manufacturers, the J Concepts, the Associateds, all those guys, they're sending their drivers to these particular races because that's where their customer base is.
And they can still continue to do that in the future. They can still continue to do that in the future. We are paying drivers. We have professional drivers in an amateur sport at the moment. So why don't we have professional drivers in a professional sport? And then the guys who aren't doing the winning, the guys who are not Ryan Mayfield, they go to the regional events.
Well, let me ask you a question then. It's common practice. It is common practice for a race that say a new club or a new track, whatever, is trying to start a regional race. They want a regional race to happen at their facility. So they're paying these drivers to come to their race, because if they pay the Ryan Lutzes and the Ryan Mayfields and the Cole Ogdens, and they pay all these guys to come to their race, then it's going to increase the attendance at that race because people are going to come to watch those guys race. That's
okay. So
practice,
if the driver can go, then he'll go. Why are the manufacturers worried about that? If they aren't even paying them, they aren't even paying the driver to go.
But let me ask you a question. If the RCGP wants all of these racers to attend, why doesn't the RCGP pay to have the racers go to that race?
Because there would be no RCGP in that case.
So, but that's what other races do.
Does DNC pay for all these races to come? No, they go. Does S Silver
yes,
State?
They have. Joey has paid drivers to come to their race in the past.
Yeah, but he isn't doing that now.
I know that for a fact.
He isn't doing that now. Dave isn't paying for drivers to come
because he doesn't need to do that now because that's an iconic race.
Well,
but at one point for him to get to where he's at now, he had to pay those drivers to show up.
Well, I beg to differ because you know why? I can see the insights. I can see what's happening. I can see what people like. Let's be realistic. We did a poll to see which drivers would drive to Beach RC.
Yeah, the poll was dumb, actually. No, I agree with Jason on that.
No, I'm talking about the other poll, you dumbass.
My post was good.
Oh, God.
I asked, would you like to...
Your post was a fucking pain in the ass.
No. Hey, do you want... what was it? Do you want RCGP to continue next year? That was what I asked.
And why?
Right?
And everybody started doubting
it. All you idiots, you morons, reading into it. Oh, it doesn't show confidence. Oh, this and that. What the fuck, You really think that potential sponsors or anyone is going to look at my Facebook post, my personal Facebook post, and think like, oh, we're not going to join RCGP because JQ asked a question of
yes.
It's so stupid.
Because
the good thing about that post was it got a lot of traction and a lot of people commented.
I wouldn't know because I couldn't see the post.
Yeah.
But I will say this. Yes, if I saw that post, I would have lit your fucking ass up because that is, you are the face of RCGP. Good, bad, indifferent, whatever. Joseph is the face of RCGP. You are the one that is good, bad, or indifferent. You're the one getting the credit if it succeeds.
Good, bad, and ugly.
Failed. So
only two people in the industry in the know. And what does that matter?
When you go on Facebook and you say, should we continue RCGP? That, to me, reading into things, says, holy shit, the dude behind the series is questioning whether or not he should fucking continue with the series. That's how I would read that.
And the rumors went rampant.
You really shouldn't read into it.
No, because you suck. You suck at your posts.
But you're the fucking idiot. You're the stupid one that put the post
I'm
up.
not
so
stupid.
Why would you even open yourself up to people criticizing it?
The post got a lot of traction and a lot of comments and shares and likes.
And was
people
it good or bad?
Their opinion.
There was a lot of good stuff on there.
Mostly good.
But
that's nice to see.
You know what pisses me off?
You know what? Sponsors, potential sponsors, teams, everyone, they can go read what people wrote.
No. You know what? What pisses me off about you is when you're live or talking on this podcast, your oration, you can put your words so eloquently together and whatnot. But when it comes to making a freaking Facebook post, you're so dumb. I would honestly,
I wanted to exactly what I wanted.
It's so dumb.
is exactly what I wanted it to be.
You're so dumb.
Don't you understand that?
Dude, I had gray hair. I got gray hair pop up automatically. Like, you know, my goatee is like 99% gray now and a little bit of black. And you and Part Jeffrey have a lot to do with that, but mostly you.
Well, I didn't do shit other than make a comment that says, yo, the creator of RCGP is questioning whether or not he should fucking run the series next year. That's pretty fucking stupid.
Hey, you in your Facebook post, I really feel like slapping you every time I see something like that because I know you can word it so much better, but you never do.
Don't you understand that that's exactly what I wanted? I wanted to know if people want to see RCGP continue next year.
Oh, God. You know
But
what?
that's
There's
exactly
a difference.
what I wanted.
But this is the problem, Joseph, is people want to see it. There's no question about it because it's fucking racing and it's good racing. So, of course, people want to see that. But the difference is the question should be, should we be willing to pay to go see it? Ask the same audience, would you pay a service to watch RCGP?
Why would they have to pay to watch it?
Because that's where you're going to get your true commitment of people. People will love this. Sure, people want to watch it. People want to see it. But is somebody going to actually pay to do it? No,
you can't
they're
ask
not.
that.
The manufacturers are not going to pay to join it. The viewership is not going to pay
What do you mean they aren't
view
gonna?
it.
They just did. Have you missed this year? We just
Well,
had
apparently, because I'm not fucking getting to see any of it.
the last race of the season is coming up here, and
Right.
with manufacturers in it, HB Racing, S-Works,
Right,
Infinity,
right,
Beach
right.
RC, JQ
Yeah.
Racing, like those aren't manufacturers. What are you going
No.
on about?
Because
And Proline
you're,
just
you're
sponsored it.
nitpicking. The masses of the manufacturers are
Of
not
course
paying
they aren't.
to be a
It
part.
doesn't matter who. If Ryan Lutz and Adam Drake had a bromance and they started a series, do you think all the manufacturers would be on board? No, they wouldn't. It would be the same shit. They would have their excuses. Oh, this, oh, that. We don't.
That's
like
right,
that,
because
and this,
manufacturers are not going to pay to join series that they don't care about.
No, they aren't going to do anything. Manufacturers aren't going to do anything. Once something is up and running and it works and it's like, oh, wow, this is pretty cool. Let's do this. Then they join. It's the same in anything in life.
Okay, well, go back to your post then. Your post of saying, do you want to see RCGP next year? Right? And so you got a lot of positive feedback, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
It did.
Yes.
But it was still
you
a
did?
stupid fucking post.
So all the positive feedback that you got, who was that from? Was any of that positive feedback from a manufacturer?
No, it's from the people, and that's who pays these manufacturers.
Okay, so now
that's who's important.
The people are saying, yeah, we want to see RCGP next year. We want to see RCGP next year. Okay, so ask the same people, well, if you want to see RCGP next year, just out of curiosity, we're not going to make you pay for it, but would you pay to watch RCGP next year?
Why? They don't pay to watch Supercross.
Fuck
They don't pay to
nobody's
watch.
gonna pay shit.
They don't pay to watch NASCAR.
But I don't understand
so
your
it's not
Yeah.
that important.
And they don't pay
but,
to watch.
But Keenan, they do pay because when they
You know
go
what?
to those events, they pay. They
When
buy
they go,
tickets
but I'm
to go
talking-
to those events.
Right, but we don't.
You know
we're
what,
not
Jeff?
selling tickets.
Most people don't pay to watch porn, right? But I think a lot of people enjoy it and think it's important, an important part of their life.
How the fuck
Some
did we just
people
get to porn?
take it a bit too seriously,
Okay, like
some addiction issues,
yeah, there's some
But,
races
I'm
that are
saying,
like
like-
that. I agree.
Yeah, but hey, so what's your argument?
He's saying like
Why
getting.
not pay for something that it's not, something that you would want to watch?
He's.
My
I don't
argument
understand.
is the people that you're asking, do you want to see RCGP continue next year? Don't matter.
Of course, they
Those
matter.
people- No, they don't.
Yes, they do because these are
if
the people that.
manufacturers, the manufacturers won't buy in, then there is no RCGP.
Well, that's where the manufacturers should listen to their base.
Because the problem is the RCGP is not for the racer. The RCGP is for the manufacturers. It's for the pro drivers.
It
It's
is
for a
for the racer.
select
It's for
group.
everyone.
For everyone.
It is
Look,
not.
It is.
It
Do you
is
know how
not.
much people are following
it's
this? Jeff, let me tell you something. We did a
If
poll.
it is, then you would be getting more than 60 fucking entries in the RC2.
Hey, we
If
do
it's
have.
for the people,
We are.
If it's for the average racer, you would get more entries than what you're getting.
But you don't get it. You're not getting that. We're talking about the actual viewage, the actual people following it. Like, we did a poll to see which driver would go, what they wanted to represent. Over 2,000 people voted. You can't see that because you can't see the poll. 2,000 people spoke. That shows me that people care. They want to see things. Lutz got 820 votes to be a part of
That shit
it.
doesn't mean nothing.
Those are the people that pay the
It
bills for
means
these guys.
absolutely
No,
nothing.
that's where you're wrong. Because you know what? That poll then lit a fire under Nemo's ass to help get Let's to go be a part of Beach RC. So it meant something. And if the manufacturers insist on not listening to their base, which is the people, because that's how shit works. Like, people that spend fucking money, that's the people that pay for all these drivers to go to all these races, for all these manufacturers to go everywhere they want to go.
But
if they don't listen,
not one person
You're insane.
going to call up Jake Concepts and say, yo, you need to let Mayfield race in this fucking race. There's
You'd be
not
surprised.
one person going to call up
You'd be
and say,
surprised.
yo, you need to let Mayfield race in this race.
Well, maybe they
don't
should.
fucking care.
maybe they should. Obviously, they care enough to be following it. But that's where the manufacturers should
But
listen.
that's where I think that's where you're wrong.
No, I think you're wrong.
Because people will follow racing because it's racing, and that's what we do.
Tell me what other series they can follow that is 8 scale. None.
But races,
None. They
people
can't follow.
Races.
They can't follow.
Fucking the Surf City Classic was at OCRC this last weekend. It's a 10 scale fucking race.
Yeah, and it was better than the Nets.
Live RC checking results on that
Because it was better than the Nets.
But it's still people follow
Yeah,
it. And
but
it's
people can't
nothing.
follow a
It's
series.
nothing race.
People can. It's a race. It's a good race, but people can follow a series. You got people here talking about points and this and that. You can't see that.
That fucking doesn't.
Let me tell you
matter.
something.
The series is already over. Fucking Ongaro
Yeah,
already won.
we
it.
know
That's
that.
meaningless.
It isn't because it's still second and third to go. And Joseph, you need to get Duck some points too. But my point.
Oh yeah, that reminded me of one thing. That the dumbest argument Rona had was, why do we need a series? We just proved that Ongaro, who we already knew was the best because he won the Worlds, is the best. Oh, what? Jesus Christ! I expect a bit more from Jason. I mean, what if Mayfield had won?
Right.
What if Mayfield had won the Worlds? Or even better, what if Ronnefalk had won the Worlds? What if Ronnefalk had won the Worlds and Ongaro won this series? Then he wouldn't have an argument anymore. I mean, that's just the most ridiculous argument I've ever heard. This guy wins the Worlds and he won the series, so we don't need the series.
Okay,
but
if you take that same argument, if Ronnefalk won the Worlds and Ongaro won the series, who's the world champion? Ronnefalk is because he won the fucking Worlds.
Hey,
yeah,
but you
and
know
Ongaro
what?
is the RCGP World Series champion.
So, but what has more clout? What
Obviously,
matters?
IFMAR because it's IFMAR.
Okay, so
We're not
the fucking
competing
series
against
doesn't
IFMAR.
matter. That's what I'm trying to get to. It doesn't.
That's
matter.
where you're
Like,
wrong.
there's no
Yeah, but
meaning
it
behind it.
will.
That's where you're wrong. It mattered enough. Let me tell you something. It mattered enough. There's 800. I keep going back to this because I thought this was pretty amazing. There's 820 votes that Lutz got, which was double any other votes from any other driver. Was enough for Nemo to say, okay, we kind of wasn't about this at first. Now we see that it's good, that this is something positive.
Now,
it is.
To me,
that's
I
exactly
kinda
how it
heard that
happened.
To me, though, let's be honest. Let's fucking be honest now. Nemo wasn't the one that was stopping Lutz from fucking racing. Like,
No.
it would be stupid
No,
for
no, no,
Nemo
no, no.
not to allow
They
Lutz
weren't.
to race
They
in the race.
no. You gotta understand that the Nemo wasn't about RCGP from the inception. They didn't like it that much.
Yeah,
I'm
but
telling
they're
you.
They're not the ones that was saying, "I don't want Ryan Lutz to race in the
No,
series."
no.
So
yes,
so-
it was at the final. That's they. You don't understand. They were not gonna let, because I talked to Billy and these guys. They're like, you know, John's kind of like iffy, right, about the series. Because I don't know, something JQ done or said before about one of his
I'm
No,
sure
it
that
was
there was
that
a lot of
blog
stuff
about-
that JQ did
Right.
said.
It was
No,
the
I'm just-
blog I wrote about all the brands, and then I said Agama.
Man, that pissed off a lot
Are
of
the
fucking
brands
people.
positive or negative? And I said Agama was negative because they don't do anything, and Nemo is positive. But then I also mentioned how they kind of introduced the whole let's make everyone a team driver.
right. So that's why they were. I'm just saying that poll was enough to move them to say, all right, we want to do this. Then they had to go through the political rigmarole or political rings to get Lutz to get there. Which was good because that poll showed them that people want to see Lutz in this. And they said, all right, well, the people want to see it, so we're going to do it. And that's what I'm trying to say. People are interested. Just because your clique of people may not be interested and you can't see it, that doesn't mean nothing. This is something that's going around the whole world. Like, we get messages from people around the world. You know, RC is bigger than just America.
Yeah, but America's what matters. We all know that.
Yeah, of course. Well, I don't know, man. It's going to be Euro versus America. Anyway, we're going to
know what? All of that back and forth, it's irrelevant. See, I don't know. It's pointless to talk with someone like Jeff.
You know what, though? I still agree with Jeff, though. Your fucking post was stupid.
No, my post was good. It was exactly what I wanted.
Well, your post was good in the fact that the creator of RCGP is questioning whether or not they should run the series again next year.
No, I'm questioning people, so they would say what they think. Should it continue or not? To get their opinion. Has nothing to do. Do you think I will base my choice of what to do on Facebook posts? Are you that dumb? Really?
Well, you're the stupid one. You're the dumb one that's putting it out there for people to give you their opinion. Like, does their opinion really fucking matter to you? No.
Yes.
You don't give a shit about anybody but your fucking self. Like, that doesn't matter.
Yes, I do. Because we are creating something which we want the races who do the RC2. Can I fucking make my point now? You've been talking.
You have no
for
point.
Ages.
That's the problem.
Yes,
you have no point.
Both of you have been talking about meaningless crap for 20 minutes. Okay? So I want to talk now. You shut up.
It's about fucking time. Shit. I'm glad we woke you up.
We want to make the series good for the races in RC2. So the people at the race, we want to make it good for the people who are not at the race, watching it live. We want to make it good for the people who are watching the post-production shows not live afterwards, and for people who are introduced to RC, who haven't really seen it before. We want to make it good for all of those people. Then we also want to make it good for the professional drivers, for the manufacturers, and the industry as a whole. Okay, so doing all of that, you cannot possibly do that in 8 months. Oh, it's been 8 months and RCGP successfully fucking changed RC racing forever. No, of course not. It's going to take longer than that. But look at what we have achieved so far.
Yeah, I agree. You have the best 30-second ads.
There are great videos online. New formats in racing, which
I do like your format.
Have improved the racing, I think. The presentation of the facility, the videos, the interviews, everything, the teams, all of that is more professional. It's a step further in the right direction, I think. And people are talking about it, right? So it exists. Now it exists. Now we need to take this concept,
and actually get a
series
count.
This series that we've created. We need to take this now into the second year. For the second year, we want to target companies outside of RC. Okay, like Makov was, but on a bigger scale. And we want to target full-scale events. We want to try and join full-size events so we can take this racing in front of new people.
Okay. All this shit you've covered before. Like, you're not covering anything new. This is new shit this is the same shit that you've been preaching for fucking 8 months now.
Yeah. So listen. Okay. So listen. So
I'm tired of listening to the same shit.
After year one, we created a series that exists, and everyone agrees the presentation is better than what exists right now. So we took a step forward, right?
Right.
Okay. Second year, the idea is to take that and take another step forward. Introduce RC to new people. Get outside companies involved. Work with the existing RC federations like IFMAR and EFRA and all these guys who are like living in the Stone Age, you know? Work with them to improve what they are doing, you know? The whole goal of RCGP is to improve RC racing and grow the industry. That's what we're doing.
I get that.
It doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what you think, okay? What you as an individual think. What matters is the majority of people watching and the majority of companies in the industry.
Well,
that's what matters.
This is where I think that you have this major disconnect, because you are basing your thought process off of what people think rather than what people will attend. So there is a huge difference between how many people will watch RCGP and how many people will actually participate in RCGP.
It's not, and your RCGP will not live or die on entries. Can you fucking get that through your thick skull?
It will, though.
No,
that's what you don't get.
We can have 120 entries at every single race and fail. We can have 10 entries at every race and succeed.
No, you can't.
Yes, we can. You
just
don't get it. You do not understand.
Apparently not, because there's no way that the RCGP can survive monetarily wise on fucking 10 entries. You can't do it.
Yes, we can, because the entries is not what's paying for the series.
Jeff, if you calculate the entry, if they got 120 entries at $125, what's that? That's $12,000. That's nothing. That doesn't pay. Do you know how much it costs to rent a track and get a new track layout build? That's half the money going from the entry fee right there. So the entry fee and the whole scheme of things that from RC2 is really, it doesn't pay for anything.
Right. But
it doesn't pay for anything. It by the time
it pays for something, but the point being that the series can fail with full entries and it can succeed without entries. That's the point.
It can't. That's where you're wrong, because all the content comes from the entries. And so if the same 10 people are at every single race, it gets boring. Like there's nothing right now. The series this year, everybody knew Ongaro was going to win every race. Ongaro won every race.
Well, he hasn't won the last race yet because it hasn't happened.
It's just you're
reaching right now. Come up with a good argument.
You need entries.
Right.
We're beating a dead horse.
You don't. Our CGP class, it does not have entries. It's one heat, 14, 15.
I'm saying your entire business.
There is.
I'm including RC2 as much as RCGP. But you gotta have entries. Whether it's RCGP or RC2, you gotta have entries. If this whole thing
for
is
DMC to survive.
If this whole thing is so awesome, right? If it's so awesome, it's just awesome. It's so awesome because that's what you like. It's so awesome, right? Why are you not getting the RC2 entries? Why?
What the fuck do you mean? What do you mean why?
Why aren't people coming to your race? If it's so cool and it's so awesome, why aren't people coming to your race?
Because they are coming. What the hell are you talking about? The RCGP at Thunder Rally, there's
there's nobody because you haven't had the race yet.
And so far, 80 people paid. So there's 150 entries and 80 of them have paid. And more are paying daily.
Jeff,
you know what? The races before, I'm talking about races you've already had.
Okay.
How come you are not getting people to show up to race at the events that you've already had? Why is your attendance so low? That's what I want to know.
Philippines was the same as the Philippines race the previous year, about 70 drivers for buggy only. And the European races had low attendance. Italy was 40 drivers, and Austria was 25, 20, something, I can't remember.
30.
Yeah, so they were lower at attendance than normal. But in Europe, other races have been low attendance also.
And also,
So why is
also
it,
can
why
I
is
can
it
I say
up here
something?
in the why is it in the Pacific Northwest
Oh God.
we can have a series race that's meaningless and have 70 nitro buggies in that, but you can't get 25?
Well, maybe if we had a race in the Pacific Northwest, we would. You're so dumb. I mean, I don't even want to talk about this. This is ridiculous.
Because I'm right.
I mean,
No, you're
I
not,
may
Jeff.
be
It's so
dumb.
stupid.
No,
I may be dumb, but I'm fucking right.
It's just pointless. It's
To
a
be
waste
fair-
of my time. I have more important things to do, to be honest.
To be
Yeah,
fair,
go inventory.
To be fair,
exactly.
the Fairing race was moved from the original. The Fairing and the Asti track were both moved from the original. Oh shit! Schedule, correct, Joseph?
Fairing was supposed to be in Spain. It was
Right.
supposed to be in Madrid, Spain, but it moved to Fairing.
Right, and
Well,
Asti. So
I
Jeff,
think
We can
but
wrap
Jeff,
this up.
we
But
know that.
my-
Sorry, go ahead.
My opinion is the fact that two things. One is the manufacturers, the masses of the manufacturers are not buying into it because they think like I do, in the sense that if you're not going to draw the entries and you're not going to draw the people at the events, why should they buy in? Why should they send their drivers to, why should Mugen send Mayfield to an RCGP race when they can send Mugen to NCT race where there's going to be a hell of a lot more people?
Yeah, you know what? There are a lot more people at some local go-kart races, so why the hell would you send someone to Formula One?
What the fuck does that have to do with anything? We're
Well,
talking
at
about
Milestone
RC
Motocross.
racing.
At
We're talking about RC racing.
Listen. At Milestone Motocross track,
Linda.
they have 1,000 entries for their motocross races. So why would you go to the AMA Motocross Championship that has less entries?
I don't know. I don't know anything about motorcycle. I know about RC racing.
Every sport is the same. You're just too dumb.
Well, that's
to
why
understand.
we're not a sport.
I'm tired
We're a
to trying
fucking
to-
hobby.
trying to
No, it's a sport. You
explain
said
to
it on track walk. Anyway,
We're still a hobby. That maybe that's what you haven't
Yeah,
figured out.
exactly. We're still a hobby because
Because people
no
like
one has
me
tried
say it's
to
a
make
hobby,
it
right?
into a sport.
we're
And RCGP is attempting to do that. And I guess for people to understand, it will have to happen first, and then eventually people will understand, and then they were like, "Oh, this is cool." How
Well,
did
no,
this happen?
you said it yourself. Everybody says it's cool. It's cool. It's awesome. It's just awesome. It's really cool. We all get that part of it, but apparently nobody thinks it's cool enough or awesome enough to spend their hard-earned fucking money to go to your race.
you don't get
That's
it.
what you
Dude,
don't
I
get.
just said 150 entries at Thunder Alley when 120 is the limit.
Well, we'll see how many show up.
Hey, but you should show up because I want to see you race Dagani and Don Winkelmotor and Colin in 40 plus.
Yeah, you can't race because you aren't going to pay your entry.
Yeah, I haven't paid my entry yet because I want to make sure that it's going to happen.
What's gonna happen?
What's going to happen? The race?
No, that he's gonna be there. Of course, it's gonna happen. I got my ticket booked and paid. I'm coming. Anyway,
I know.
we ain't gonna beat this dead horse anymore because we ain't gonna win against you, Jeff. But I do agree that your comment was stupid, Joseph. But it got the desired reaction that you wanted, Jeff.
Exactly. So it wasn't stupid, was it?
Yes,
It was stupid.
No, it wasn't.
Oh,
Just
God.
like most of the shit you do.
Anyway, we were going on for a minute and 10 minutes.
The stupidest thing I've done was to agree to come on this rant today.
Well, guess what? We're gonna end it now because we don't want you feeling stupid anymore. So you can go fuck yourself, Rupert. Anyway,
Hey, how did I do on my fucks today?
I
Was
think
good?
I think we all went above the fuck limit today. All right. Well,
All right. Well, I'm out. I don't have anything else.
Thank you
I've
for
got
your time, Jeff.
I got Joseph riled up because I can't do it on Facebook, so I have to do it here whenever I get the opportunity.
Hey.
So I did that.
get your ass to RCGP. That's all you have to do. It's gonna
Yeah.
be great.
Well,
How about that?
I'm-
Get your ass
I'm-
there so you can do a report from on the spot.
Let me put it like this. I will be there regardless. I may not race, but I will be there.
Are you punking
one
out?
way or the other?
Race, damn it! It's gonna be great. You can.
We'll see. I'm because I haven't paid my entry yet, so it's already sold out. So I may not be able to.
No,
get
it's
my,
not.
I may not
It's
be able
not
to,
sold out. It's on a
He
first
just
come.
said it was. He said you limit the entries
Jesus
at 120, and there's already 150 entries.
Right, but they haven't
But
paid.
only 80 have paid, you dumbass.
Jesus, you like to twist words around.
Oh. So maybe, see, so this is where you like to fucking play with words, you cocksucker.
Oh,
you want to sit there and make it sound like 150 people are going to be there when only 80 have paid.
Yeah, but you know how it is. People like you, I'm going to wait. And then when it's like 119, oh, I want to get in. Let me hurry up and pay. You know how it
I love fucking you guys.
All right. I just want to see you get there because I think over 40 is going to be epic. You know, Dagani, Don Vilkenmeider, you and fucking Colin can race again. Oh, it's going to be great. Thank you to Jefferson and thank you to JQ for coming on the rant. It was pretty exciting as usual when we get talking. Thank you to all of the No Name RC podcast listeners. Without you guys, we can't do this. We greatly appreciate your support. Keep on liking, keep on sharing this podcast. Show our sponsor some love. Showing the podcast some love. And let's keep this ball rolling, man. I hope you guys enjoy the content that we're bringing. Thank you to our sponsors because we can't do it without them either. Thank you to RCMX Online, Euro RC, Tekno RC, JQ Racing, Assault RC / Beach RC, 454 RC Products, Bipolar Designs, BK Servos, and our new sponsor, Papa Willie's Traction Tonic. Thank you for coming on board. Remember, guys, if you wish to sponsor this podcast, we have some pretty good levels and deals for your product, from small businesses to big businesses. Just drop us a message on the No Name RC Podcast Facebook page, or drop me a message or shoot me an email. So thank you for everything. Remember, Nitro is the glory, but e-buggy pays the bills. Wherever you guys are racing this weekend, have fun doing it. Remember, if it ain't fun, it doesn't make sense. And if you ain't grinding, you're sliding. Lefty out.
Thank you for listening to the No Name RC podcast. Please tune in next time for more fresh RC content. And if you can, please also support us on patreon.com/theQuayGrain. We will greatly appreciate it. And don't forget, Nitro is the glory.